Welcome back. So, I was hoping for some feedback. I wanted to give a day to see if anybody would post anything, make a comment, even message me on Discord. Um, and of course that did not happen. Um, you know, so the visibility of the mod and the visibility of this project isn't very high right now, and that's on purpose. I know that it's kind of paradoxical to think that, but I want to keep the profile low until such a time that I'm ready for outside help. Mainly once we've solved a lot of the problems, a lot of the challenges with this mod. It is going to be a monster of a project, and I don't want to post on Vintage Story Discords, forums, anything like that, and say, hey, here's the mod idea, because there have already been a couple mods, very large projects that have been started and then abandoned because they're too big and they announced it too early, right? They announced it too early. They drum up a lot of interest, but maybe they were expecting more help. And I don't want to put a lot of expectations on it. I want to get it working and allow other people to see that it's working. And get the cat in my lap because suddenly she wants to be here. Because my nose is not running enough. So yeah, I'm keeping the profile low, kind of keeping it local to my channel, stuff like that. Because it's so complex that I want to be able to, when I do announce it, I do want to be able to, record almost like a trailer, or like, what do you see on Kickstarter, right? Here is what we have, and now I need some help, right? So I want to be able to prove, hey, this is what we're doing, and if you want to contribute, you can do so. And the only way to get something like that recorded is to actually have a mod that's functional, right? Actually have it doing stuff. So the main title of this stream is Trees Not Forest, right? Because I know colloquialisms are pretty local, but there is a saying, at least in English, there's a saying to see something for the forest, not the trees, meaning you when you look at something or when you think about something, you only see the big picture. You only see the forest, right? And you miss the beauty of the trees, individual trees. So you see the forest for the trees. At least that's how I interpret that. It might have other interpretations, and there might be a more accurate version of that in another culture, another language. But yeah, which is why I say trees, not forest, because this stream is about how do we start this massive project. Because over the last couple months, as I have been thinking about this, I find myself sort of falling into a almost like fantasy-like state of thinking when the main work is done, this would be a cool thing to feature, or this might be a cool way to balance it. Thinking in terms of when the mod is done, I want to do this or this might be a good idea. It's like I've had to force myself to stop thinking that, like physically, like stop. I stop thinking that, because that will only discourage me even more. If all you think about is the end goal and the end product, then you forget all of the work that it took to get there, in my opinion. So I cannot get lost in the big picture. Like I said in the last stream, balance and recipes, which are basically very similar to one another. It's like the last thing you do once you have everything up and running and working. The recipes, you have test recipes in there because you got to test the system out. But as far as like final balance, that is the last thing you want to do. But it's the funnest part. And so it's the thing that you think about the most. Like, ooh, this would be a good balance, or this would be a good recipe, or, that would be a good thing. It's like, no. That's like a year away. That's like so far away. I don't want to think about that because there's a lot more to do than that. So today we're going to concentrate on the trees. What do we need to get done? In what order? In order to incrementally progress towards the goal, right? Because there are some major hurdles and problems that we got to think about, and we got to become really good at before we're able to go en masse and just do a whole bunch of stuff. I went through this, and I added creosote oil. This is the fluidless heavy oil, refined fuel, creosote oil, high pressure steam, low pressure steam, depleted steam. I kind of thought, and when I was thinking about this, I kind of like the system. I kind of like the simplified way that Captain of Industry does it, right? I talked about this last stream. This is a really simplified way of mirroring kind of what happens in real life, right? The very like high pressure steam is what's initially created, and then there is, once it's used in the turbines, in the big turbines, there could be a little bit of energy left in it. There could be a little energy left over, and that would be the low pressure. But once you sap that, then it's depleted, right? It's all depleted. There's nothing left. Then you want to throw it into the cooling tower, or whatever, the condensation tower, whatever you want to call it. So here, we briefly, towards the end of the stream, I was getting hungry and my voice was getting sore, so I kind of wrap this up fast. We cover petroleum, the petroleum age, right? We tackled the mod in terms of like beginning, middle, end, or ages, right? We get into the first age, which is basically mechanical, and we get basically the mechanical generator, which is the very first start. And again, this is where I start getting lost in the forest when I start thinking, okay, what recipes do I need? How much power would we need to use? And it's like, no. I have to stop myself again and be like, that's balance. That has nothing to do with the final mod, with getting the mod working. So when I start thinking down those lines, like, oh, how much power is this going to generate? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I got to stop myself because that is irrelevant, right? Getting this block to work and be functional and have a GUI, that is the important thing. And that is the really hard thing because it's not an easy process. There's a lot that has to be solved. So I find myself doing that all the time, like trying to, come up with things and, oh, what is this and what is that and what is this? And it's like, oh my God, I got to stop doing that. And my nose, I apologize for my sinuses. It is so dry. The winters are so dry here that at night, when you wake up in the morning, your entire head is dry as a bone and it's so clogged. And then when you wake up, all of the stuff starts functioning again, and the sinuses get moisturized basically, and they just start going crazy. And so half my day after I get up is dealing with my sinuses being so clogged, and then I go back, then they become fine at night. Then I go to bed, and then they're the same the next day. So it's it's a battle in the winter here. It's just so dry. But anyway, so machine ideas, these are basically all multi-blocks. So that alone tells me we need a really, really clean way of doing multi-blocks. Like really clean. And we have to do it a way where the projector is functional. So, this is all machine ideas. Let's do machine ideas single block. Okay, and then we're going to do a item tool. Item tool. So we need engineer's wrench / hammer, whatever tool. He added new tool types. I requested there's an enumeration for tool types, and so you can just see if a tool is a certain type, which is nice, really nice. So like any wrench will do, sort of thing. But depending on how we handle the multi-blocks, if we mirror immersive engineering, right? The engineer's hammer is special. The engineer's hammer is the thing that creates the multi-blocks. It has all of the code in it to create the multi-blocks. I'm thinking of a different system. I'm thinking of doing a different thing to make it just a little bit easier on me. A little bit easier. Projector. So projector is the thing that projects the blocks into the world. A faded version of the blocks. I have no idea if it's possible. I'm pretty sure it is. Anything is possible. The API is amazing. Pretty sure it's possible. I don't know how crazy, bad, nasty, complicated it's going to be. This is definitely something like, once I have the mod like working, once I have, let's say 80% of the mod working, right? I've got multi-blocks working. I got electrical working. I've got all of these systems working, and they're all starting to come together and talk to one another. But I don't have a projector. I don't have this, and it's really daunting. I don't know how to even tackle this. That is something I can reach out to Tyrone and be like, man, I have got this awesome mod ready to go. I just need a way in game for people to know what blocks to place. I'm trying to mirror this projector, but I don't know how to get this to work. Can you help? And the odds are actually pretty good, depending on the state of the mod, that he would come out and be like, oh, sure. This looks like awesome. This looks like an awesome mod. We can make this work. Because there's already a subtle way that this works in the game. If you try to build if you build the multi-block for, say, steel, the center block is the casket block inside the structure. And you can right-click that with an empty hand, and it will highlight blocks. It will highlight the block spaces that are wrong or need a block. I don't know if they highlight with the subtle texture of the block, which is what you need, but there is a highlight system in the game, and I use that with my building gadget mod. The highlight blocks. Building gadget mod does that, so we have code that we can go back, but it doesn't do it with a ghost of the block. I don't know. I'd have to look at that and see if that's possible. The way that immersive engineering does it is great. It gives you a highlight of the block, right? And then if you put the wrong block in there, it actually highlights it red, like a red outline. And if you put the right block in there, it's fine. It takes out the highlight. So again, this is one of those like late in development systems I'll just have to memorize whatever multi-blocks we're testing with for the system to get the system up and running. Once I have that, once I have a multi-block system in the game in place, anyway. So that is a big unknown. Let's catch up with chat. Wet steam. Ooh. Condenser after the turbine. Before IRL, as that has become full of what is called wet steam. Look at exhaust boilers and model it from that. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to keep this, semi-realistic, but mostly fun, right? If you had a spectrum, imagine a spectrum. On one side, you had realism. On the other side, you had fun, right? Where's the needle in between there? Think of it that way. You have realism and you have fun. Now, any game mechanic, you want to leading it towards fun. Because if it's not fun, nobody's gonna want to use it. The highly realistic stuff, some people, a small part of the population likes that stuff, right? They want realism, but it's a tiny fraction. It's a very small number. Most everybody leans towards the fun side. Now you can offer configurations, and this is why games have difficulty levels. You can offer configuration options to make it more realistic. Or you can allow other mods to come in and say, I'm going to mod this mod and rearrange its recipes, rearrange some of this stuff, and make it more real. And that's, if we already have a heat exchanger, if we already have a cooling tower or condenser, we already have all that stuff, but it's arranged in a different way that makes it more fun. Somebody can come in and rearrange the recipes and then make it more difficult. Add some more steps, add some more fluids, stuff like that. That's fine. But for the default mod, again, we're going to lean towards fun, not realism. And again, we're getting a lot. Again, this is trees, or this is forest. This is forest level thinking. This is balance. This is how everything fits together. Again, we're getting lost in the end, like the end of the process. We're getting lost in something that is 12 months away. We can't do that. We have to pull this back. We have to rein this back and say, no, we can't get lost in the forest. We have to start looking at the trees, right? What are the trees? Well, the trees are breaking this apart into bite-sized chunks, bite-sized nublets. Okay, so the Void Miner 9x9x13 multiblock uses power when full power. Produces. I had to really use the bathroom when we got to this point, so that's why I ended the stream when I did, because I really had to use the bathroom. Produces all types of ore. Produces all types of ore based on a percent spread defined in JSON. So how I think of this is when you build the multi or the Void Miner, and you know there's a whole lot of craziness that has to go around with that. Whole lot of code that you got to figure out. But it'll be, you'll have a power input and you'll have an item output. That item output can go pretty much the same with all. I mean, all of the multi-blocks are basically going to be using the same base objects, right? You want all of them to share so they all have similar functionality, et cetera, et cetera. But the output of this, when you power it, it's going to have a simulation in the background, and depending on, it's going to have a random number thing in the background, and the JSON, you're going to have percentages of all of the different ores, and obviously those percentages have to add up to 100%. I mean, that's kind of obvious. So you could have like 12% iron, 5% blah. You could have a breakdown in JSON of all of the metals, all of the things that you could have it return clay, you could have it return whatever you wanted. But the point of having it in JSON and defined in there, and the block just loads up the JSON, and depending on the percentages, it comes up with a random number and applies that to what percentage, where it fits in. Comes up with a number between 1 and 100, and how that maps onto the end is just how it maps. Anyway, that allows other people to come in and mod that, and they can mod it to how their heart's content, and as long as it adds up to 100, as long as all the numbers add up to 100, doesn't matter what values are there. They could have iron be 100, and the thing would only spit out iron. So stuff like that, I want to make sure that people can come in after the fact and mod it, because then if somebody comes in and adds their own ores, right, they could add that ore to the void miner pretty easily. Rearrange some of the values, rearrange some of the gaps. You could even have gaps in there that return nothing, and the void miner would, if it ran into that number, it would just output nothing, right? It would still consume power, but it would output nothing, and that would counterbalance a little bit, having a certain percentage just not return anything. So yeah, that's what I was thinking when it comes to the void miner and how you output is other mods can come in and add metals to that number, to that spread. And there might be even programmatic ways of doing that. Dynamically pull the metal types, dynamically set. We're thinking about forests right now. I wanna focus on the trees. So I want to insert page break. So now I keep hitting tab because that's vintage engineering, task breakdown. So this is a center heading 2. No. Center. There you go. Okay, so the task breakdown, here's the trees, right? The tasks that we have to get done, and we have to make sure that everything works. So we're going to have test blocks to test certain things to be the framework of future things, right? So we're going to have a test generator. Oh, I did it again. Generator. Simple block that takes fuel and creates power. So the test generator, right? It's a simple block, a single block. Remember, we're going to take the concepts that we come up with here, and we're going to be able to use those concepts and the code to apply to other things later on. So basically, simple block that takes fuel and creates power. The sub items is inventory, the block's inventory, the block's GUI, and the block's GUI takes status bar. Okay, the GUI has a status bar. That is a huge unknown to me, because you put the fuel in and it's generating power, and so you need something to fill up. You need some indication of power in there. I don't know how that works. These are all to-dos, right? This inventory, that's an object. The GUI is an object. The status bar, the status bar is a thing, right? That's a thing. So we gotta be mindful of all of the little steps. If you skip over a step as I'm coding, it'll be like, oh, I forgot this to do. So the status bar is a big one, because that code, once we figure that code out, we can apply that to all the other machines, all the other GUIs. We can copy and paste that code. It's very, very simple. We could even create our own object to do that. Like, there's a million ways to do it, but I want to be able to have that code be reused and just be able to apply like percentages to it. So the test generator, simple block that takes fuel and creates power. Inventory, GUI, status bar. Okay. And then we're going to have a test machine. Simple block that takes, let's say the test machine ingot and makes plate, right? So this is going to have inventory. It's going to have a GUI. This is going to have two status bars. One for power, which I can just simulate. That's an easy thing. You place the block, it fills up with power. You put the item in, and the status bar for the power kind of goes down, and you just simulate it using power. You just have a function when it's out of power, you just have it filled up with power again. So inventory, GUI, two status bars. VS's GUI. I have to use VS's GUI system. I do not know enough about the GUI programming. That is a realm of development I've never ever had to do. So I have to work within the realm of the GUI system in Vintage Story. Everything in the game uses that system, so I have to use it. I cannot reinvent it. I am not good enough of a programmer. That alone, if I wanted to reinvent the GUI system, that alone is a year-long project for somebody like me. I'm sure somebody could come along and be like, oh yeah, we can do this. We can spit this code out in no time, because they're, a well-versed person in that. But, a mod like this, I don't want to have to reinvent too many things, and the GUI is definitely not one that I would be able to figure that out. So the GUIs are going to be pretty basic until somebody else can come in after the fact and start sprucing them up, or the mod itself inspires Tyrone and the other developers to enrich the system. Maybe there's functionality to the system that I don't even know about, right? It's a pretty robust system, but not so much of I don't know if there's a way to like create a background image. Let's say you have like a 600 by 400 image and it has spots for inventories, right? I don't know if there's a way to use that image as the background of your GUI. There might be a way to do that. There might be a way to do that. Nothing in the game does that. Nothing in the game allows you to do that. But I know it's possible to use images because if you look at the handbook, if you open the handbook in the game, that has images in it. So if that has images in it, then I know it's possible to have images. I just don't know if it's possible to have elements, inside images and how all that works. If somebody's a GUI expert, then they can come in once we have a bunch of these things done, bunch of these blocks done, and spruce the GUIs up because the elements will all be there. Inventory in and out, power, progress bar of the recipe, all of the components are going to be in the GUIs. At least that's the plan. Once the components are in, somebody else can come in behind the scenes and be like, "Oh, let's spruce this up." Design a little image, make it look cool, add some cool stuff. Because the other part of the GUI, remember, there's going to be a tank. Some of these machines have tanks. So how do you build a GUI object to represent a tank? Not only that, but then how do you code it to colorize it depending on the fluid that's in the tank, right? So those kinds of problems are problems, and we got to figure out how to tackle those problems. Once we have one example of something like that, then we're good. We can then use that example and use it in all the other situations. So simple blocks that take ingots and makes plates. Let's do input side. There is a vanilla way of marking inventories, certain inventories, as auto input and auto output. There is a way to do that. So something like a test generator, we can be able to shoot. Let's say it's any of the sides are the auto input. Northeast, southwest, auto inputs. Right? We can add a chute with a chest on the top with coal in it, and the coal will just automatically go into the generator. Again, these are test blocks. Not something that anybody's going to use, but something to allow us to build a foundation of code, foundation of object examples that are simple, dead simple. They have to be. I hate when I try to find examples of code, or when I Google and I go to Stack Overflow or something like that, and I find examples of code that are way too complex of a setup in order to answer a simple question. It's somebody was like, "Hi, I am trying to sort this data set based on last name." Okay. Somebody comes in and is like, "Here's how you do that." And they build this data set that's like 15 columns. Name, phone number, like all of these different variables. And they're like, "Here's the code to sort it." It's like, no, they just asked for last name. All you need to do is have one that's first name, last name. Why are you having all of these other ones, right? I hate when people give examples for code, example like usage, and it's some like horribly complex thing. It's like, no, something dead easy and simple is all I need. So this will have input and output sides. Okay. So the machine, simple block that takes ingots and make plate. This essentially a hard-coded recipe. Again, it's a test. It is a test. We're taking little bits. Little bits. This alone here is a month. A month of time. Because of all of the to-dos in here, right? Inventory. That's a relatively easy one. I've got inventory. My crafting table has an inventory block or an inventory object. That's easy. GUI, that's harder. That's a lot harder. Status bar, no idea. There's an example, and Tyrone even laid it out for me, but he laid out an arrow because if you look at the kern, right? If you have the kern in game and you look at the progress bar, it's a big arrow. I don't want an arrow. I just want a progress bar. I don't want an arrow. But he uses you have to use an ASCII, like an ASCII thing. So I got to find an ASCII character that's a progress bar or something like that. And I got to figure that shit out. It's not straightforward. Yeah, it's just a big ASCII character that he converts into like an SVG file or something. I got to look at his what he told me again. I was wanting to write him like, hey, can you just include a object that is a status bar, that is a percentage status bar that just draws itself based on a percentage of a variable? Like that would be that. I just want to pass in, hey, this is 0.69 and have it fill 69%. Then 0.71 and then every frame it's pulling that number. And as soon as it's 1, it's a fully filled out bar. And then maybe even pass it a color. That would be great. But yeah, not really something we can do yet. I'm pretty sure that there is an inventory type that is a fluid. I'm pretty sure. But we can look at the barrel we can look at the barrel object for that. A lot of these things are going to be taking objects in the game that are already done and using their code as an example in order to streamline the examples that I want. So these two machines, once we have this one done, right? Once this one is done, then this one is a lot easier because we already have inventory. We already know how to do that. It's fairly straightforward. The GUI and the status bar, again, we already know how to do that. So this is the biggest hurdle, the biggest initial hurdle to get this up and running and working. Once that is working, yes, it doesn't technically do anything. It just burns stuff. Simple blocks that takes fuel and creates power. That's it. That's all that it does. It's not hooked up to anything, etc., etc. But once we have it, we can build onto that and work towards, other things. Okay. Task breakdown. So, task breakdown. Test generator, test machine. It's going to be hard-coded recipe. And then we take and add. Well, what first block what first machine should we go for? I'm thinking we want to go for the metal press first. No. The metal press is deceptive. It's deceptive because it has conveyor belts. And that makes it much more complex. Stack Overflow is useful, maybe 10%. Yeah. I mean, it is useful. It's a good resource. But, I mean, how old is it? I mean, that website has got to be, so old by now that a lot of the times when you search for something, it's for a really outdated, version of the language or version of the object. Like, it's so outdated because it's the website, you know, when you search, it searches for everything. So you can come up with, you know, I've looked at Stack Overflow, I've you know, Googled stuff, and I click on a Stack Overflow and the solution looks exactly what I was looking for, but then I look at the dates, it's like, oh, this is from 2008. Like, I don't know if this is still relevant or not. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, the metal press, I think that is way more complex than we think. Because if you're familiar with immersive engineering, it's a really simple multi-block. It's 3x3. 3x3 block. Or 3 by 1x3. Right? It's a sliver, so it's 3 blocks long. It's 3 blocks tall, but it's only 1 block wide. Which is still a valid, it would be a valid multi-block. But two of those blocks are conveyor belts. And when you build the thing, conveyor belts are there. The conveyor belts are actually functional. I don't know how any of that works. I have no idea. Because stuff goes along, it goes under the press comes down, it converts the item into whatever the recipe is, and it gets sent along the way. That is really complex. Deceptively complex. Versus go into machine converts it, come out of the machine. That's easy. You know, versus doing it visually. The visual change. Plus, Vintage Story doesn't even have a piston. There's not even a piston in the vanilla game. So yeah, I don't think the metal press is really where it's going to go. So from here, again, this is going to be just a hard-coded. It's just going to be a hard-coded thing. It's going to have an ingot, and then it'll look up if that metal type has a metal plate type, and it will just convert the ingot into a plate over time, depending, you know, whatever. Inventory. So I want power inventory. Well, power. How do we want to handle power? Power system. In Forge, there is a. Let me pull up. Okay, this is immersive engineering. If we pull up something like, so here's the multi-block. When I talk about using this mod as a template, this is what I mean. It's a very well organized. You have the API. You have all of the tools. You have everything. Now, I'm not going to implement every nook and cranny of this mod. The drill and I'm not going to bullets. Definitely not going to have bullets, for crying out loud. This is Vintage Story here. There's some conveyors. Basic conveyor. Client conveyors, conveyor handler. This is, these files have not been touched in 2 years. So you know that they're solid. These are solid. This is a solid system. Very easily to look at and be like, oh, I mean, I can go through here and sort of figure out how things are done. They're, you know, the T get conveyor. That's the generic type. Now, to be fair, Java and C# are extremely similar languages. Extremely similar. There's some major differences, right? Like import versus, whatever else, versus include or whatever. But, a lot of these object types are actually in C#. Hash sets, linked hash maps. I don't know if linked hash map is, but some of these I'm not familiar with at all. But if you look at all the includes, right, this tells you where it's pulling, usage from, where it's pulling outside libraries, right? Block record block position, block record direction. Direction is basically, I would assume, rotation. These are built into Vintage Story, right? But the part about Forge is this exists in Forge. Who knows if it exists in actual Minecraft? Who knows if they have that done? But part of the Forge.net Minecraft Core, .net Minecraft Core, these are all Forge things, and you can look these up, right? Forge is also open source, so you could look up what this means. What is this importing? Block entity type, block entity. A block entity is a very important thing. And then here's all the Java, things. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Java, so I don't know. But if we try to find a machine, an actual machine, which is hard because it's fluid excavator energy, right? Averaging energy storage, generator fuel, thermoelectric source. There was a specific one in here. Fluid type. So Minecraft Forge obviously adds fluid stacks and fluid types and stuff. There was a Forge base component that I looked up once. For some reason, it's not in here. I don't know why. It should be. It's part of the power system. Wrapping energy storage. Energy storage. So, Minecraft Forge.energy. The Minecraft Forge offers interfaces. Okay, interfaces that anybody can link into. So we'd have to look up Minecraft Forge, Forge source. So here's Forge. Okay. And if we look, Forge.energy. Okay, so let's go to, this is a this is a massive project. Massive. You can see 465 contributors. It is a massive, massive file. Let's see. Main Minecraft Forge energy. Here you go. Energy storage, capability energy. What? Okay, that's weird. Depreciated, okay. Energy storage. All right. Receive energy. Extract. Now, when you... Okay, so because this is an interface, any block that pulls from this interface, any block that includes this interface as part of their object must have these values. It must have these functions. So if you pull in energy storage, you have to have a receive energy. You have to have an extract energy. You have to have these functions overridden in your object. Now, they can be dummy ones. They can be ones that don't do anything, but that'll just break other things they use. And this is what I was trying to get Um, this is what I was trying to get Tyrone to add to Vintage Story. Something this simple. And it even includes a whole bunch of help, which is great. Adds energy to the storage. Returns quantity of energy that was accepted, right? And it uses only integers, which is interesting, right? Because there's a max value on integer. So this energy storage, what is this? Reference implementation. Okay. Use, extend this, or implement your own. Okay, so this is an example implementation. And you can see he has overrides. And this is the way that Java does overrides. Receive energy, extract energy, etc., etc. So the block itself, right, has the energy, the capacity, max receive, max extract. So yeah, it's derived from the Redstone Flux Power System. A very simple system. So when I'm talking about an electrical system, I'm talking about a super complex system. The complexity comes from like the wires and stuff. But yeah, it's a very, very basic, simple system. But I don't know. I don't know if I would call it iEnergy storage because that's deceptive. I would call it like iEnergy entity or something. I don't know. We could think of that. But what I can do is go to the VS Survival mod, and I could basically do a pull request and add it in and try to submit it as a pull request. Let me catch up on chat. VS has an underlying energy. No. Well, as far as like specific heat capacity, I don't know about that. Asset survival, world properties, block metals. Yeah, it might be used just to cool the metals. Well, yeah, technically it's energy. It's a different kind of energy, though. I need to hit the bathroom really quick. I'm going to be right back. shocked my Stream Deck just a little bit, just a minuscule little tick, and it has to reboot. All right. Okay, so I mean, we can look at where did you say that was? Asset survival block metals. Users roaming vintage story assets survival world properties block metal. So you're talking about this value here. So what we can do is we can copy that. Go to DNSpy, which I love this app. Do a search for specific heat capacity. Metal property. We can do an analyze, read by nothing. This value is not read by anything. Metal property itself used by unloaded hay to mold metal property metals. Yeah, it does not look like it's explicitly used for something. But again, I'm not talking about heat energy. I'm talking about electrical energy, electrical current. Now, again, there is 1,000 ways to implement a system like this. And we covered this on Monday, when the stream on Monday. If you haven't watched that stream, I highly encourage you to do it. I mean, it might be boring as hell. You know, it's basically me talking for 5 hours, but it's very important when you start a mod like this, or when you build a mod like this, to have a very clear-cut like idea going into it, what the mod is and what it is not, right? And it is not an exact duplicate replica of real life. 100% not going to be that. It's not fun. It's just not fun. 90% of the people, if you model it to be exactly like real life, it's not going to be fun. Which is why when you play a game like Factorio, vanilla Factorio, you know, you take iron ore and you smelt it into iron plate. Well, there's quite a few steps missing in that, and if you compare that to real life, right? You don't just dig iron ore out of the ground, throw it into a furnace, and out comes a metal plate. There's a few steps in between that, right? But it has to be simplistic in order to be engaging and fun and for people to move on to the next challenge. If you want more realism, go Angels. There's a mod that makes it so you have to crush the ore, wash the ore, acid bath the ore. Finally, when you get the pure ore, you're able to smelt it into whatever. Like, there are a myriad of mods that make it more complex, and people who want it more complex can use those mods. But the base of the game doesn't, and that is what I'm mirroring. I'm mirroring the base concept. The fun version of the concept, I will let other people rebalance the mod. You know, put out their own mod that requires mine and just overrides my files. That's entirely possible. You can rebalance a mod fairly easily. which is why I'm exposing all of the internals, all of the internal balance. I'm exposing all of that via JSON because that is how you rebalance something. I don't want to hard code anything that's variable. I don't want to hard code anything. But the electrical system itself has to be simple. It has to be. And I'm not going for simple like RF simple. I'm going simple in terms of like low voltage, medium voltage, high voltage. Right? That is one step beyond the super simple, right? I see RF power as the absolute most simple way of doing power. It's just a big number, right? It's just like an integer. Power in, power out, boom. The voltages become a little trickier because you can't have, a machine, and it just adds work for me, right? I could implement an RF system, and it would be super simple, super simple. But I think that's too simple. I think people who play Vintage Story, it's like the adult version of Minecraft. People who play Vintage Story, they want that little extra bit of difficulty. They want that little extra bit of immersion. And I think the voltage system, while simplified, is going to provide that. You're going to have to build transformers. You're going to have to build, wire coils and all of this kind of stuff. And I think that is important. But it's as far as I'm willing to go as far as like complex energy systems. I mean, we could look at enums all day in Vintage Story. There are enumerations in this. There are so many enumerations in. I wish there was a way to pull up all of the enumerations, but I mean, he has applied a lot of different enumerations in here. Pi. Look at that pi part. Crust, filling, topping. There's even more. I think it must be in. Yeah, it must be in the. Instead of being in. Oh, this is the API. I just remember that there was a enum. Let's see if I can find it. I just laughed when I found it, though. I just laughed. It was. I think it was material state. No. Oh, what was it? I just laughed when I saw it because it just struck me as funny. Now I really want to find it. Why is it giving me all the system stuff? I don't want all the system stuff. No. Weather state. Fruit state. Public class weather state. No, this was. It wasn't. It was the state of matter. Enum, there it is. Enum matter state. He added Bose-Einstein condensate. So you want to talk about covering all your bases? You are adding the Bose-Einstein condensate. This is a material that's still theoretical and only exists when a material reaches absolute zero. If you take a material and you get it to absolute zero, all atomic energy is gone, and that's what the theoretical state is. The Bose-Einstein constant. It's a type of matter where the sort of the electrons just float away, and the whole atom would just change completely because it has zero energy, which is it's theoretically not possible. We've gotten very, very close to absolute zero, but taking away that last little bit, is theoretically impossible. But anyway, yeah. So when I say that he is like really, really trying to cover all of his bases, this is that example. Is just like I remember I've gone through here. There's moon phases. They're not named right? They're not named right, but you can kind of get them. Empty, which is a new moon. Grow 1, 2, 3. Full. Shrink 1, 2, 3. Right. But yeah, it is like it's crazy how he's really like covered all the bases. But I just laughed when I saw that. Like I just laughed. Bose-Einstein common state. The state of becoming quantum jelly. Like what? The fact that you include that, I think is amusing. Anyway, so getting back to what I was talking about is energy entity framework. No, stop. Okay. I-energy entity framework. Interface example. Example block entity. Okay. Now, here's where I really start like making things complex. Okay. API, I don't know. I don't think it's in the API. I think it's in game content. There we go. Server mods. Maybe it wasn't. Chisel mode. Well, that's got its own interface. Wow. It was mechanical something. Yeah. So where is it at? Okay. So there is a ton when you're talking about the mechanical framework in the game. There is a ton of stuff in here. Yeah. Game content got .mechanics. Look at all this content in here regarding game content .mechanics. So there's a ton of stuff to unpack in here, but mechanical network, mechanical power mod, this is the mod, right? Remember, the base game just uses the modding API. So all of these systems are just mods, right? Using the same interface that I'm using, the mod system, right? So it's using the same interface that I use. So again, anything is possible. But what one could do is create vintagestory.gamecontent.electrical, which is why I have that directory somewhere. Boom. Right? Because I was trying to replicate what he has in here and add the try to add the things to build on this. Now there's a lot of actual game content in here. It's not all abstract or inheritable objects. I mean, he's got the clutch, the brake, the Helve hammer in here. This is the BEMP multi-block. This is the block entity MP. MP is his mechanical power. Anything you see with MP is mechanical power. So BE behavior, MP consumer. So a lot of his implementation of the mechanical power system is not done by block entities. It's done via block behaviors, right? And that is a huge, like, when I started getting into this and I started looking at this, I realized how powerful the block behavior system was. So, because you can have a block that's just a block, but then when you added a behavior to it, all of a sudden, that block can do new things, you know? So the block behavior, if we look at the actual JSONs of some of those blocks, blocks, mechanics, okay. Hey, look at that. He's got a bellows in here. When did he add a bellows? Huh. Okay, but if we look at like the break, right? You can see entity behaviors. Now, when you see entity in a block, that's referencing the block entity. Remember, let's refresh again really quick. A block is the dummy thing that you see in the world. It has textures, it has a rotation, it has a coordinate in the world, and it has the initial capture of when a player either mines it or right clicks it or any interaction, right? It is the thing that picks up interaction. But whenever it picks up, it passes to the block entity. The block entity, because the block in the world, right? The block in the world, let's say you have a simple furnace. We're going to use a Minecraft example because it's most simple. Say you have a furnace, but you have a wall and there are 10 furnaces along the wall. The block is the furnace, and it's the same on all 10 of those furnaces going along the wall. It's the same block along the wall. But each one of those has their own unique block entity behind it. And so the block entity is, again, tied to that block space, the coordinates of that block. The block entity is tied to that coordinate. So when you right-click on that furnace, the block of the furnace, right? Remember, they're the same on all 10, and this is the same Invented Story. All 10 are exactly the same block. When you right-click on that block, it does a lookup to block entities. And it says, what block entity exists for this block space that was just right-clicked on? And that block coordinates is different for each one of the blocks, but the block entities are mapped to those. And so it looks up and says, "Do I have a block entity at this location?" And it pulls the server, and the server comes back, "Yes, you have a block entity." Then it just passes that interaction to the block entity, and it's the block entity that controls all of the things around that individual unique block, the GUI, all of the settings, how much power it has. All of the things associated with that, even the inventory, is in the block entity. When you break the block entity is automatically destroyed. It's just like, nope, this block was broken. Once it's broken, the block entity is destroyed. And so it's cleared, the block entity is cleared. So it's like a system that is a shadow or a sort of like a shadow version of the blocks that you're placing in the world. If you place a machine in the world, it doesn't explicitly tell you that it's creating an entity behind it, but it does. You create if the entity class is set, right? If the entity class is set, the second you place that block, boom, it spawns an entity with those block coordinates. It's just an automatic thing. You don't have to explicitly like declare a block entity. It just automatically builds that entity. And then any entity behaviors. So this block entity has these behaviors, right? Animatable MP break. Those block behaviors is right here. Block behavior MP break, right? So this is the basically behavior that gets applied to that block entity, right? Behavior entity, block entity as BE break. That's the block entity break. So you have block entity, and then block entity behaviors. So it's like a 3-tiered system. And I haven't completely unpacked how everything fits together because it's not easy. It's not easy. But yeah, all of the block entities, all of that stuff is mapped and declared in the mod. Mechanical power mod, right? When we look at all of this, you can see it's starting up, and it says here's all the stuff that if it's a client, this is all the stuff you do, and then this only runs if it's a server. So it's hard to see, but it registers renderers and it registers all of that stuff. We're gonna have to do all this because remember the wire system, all that stuff has to be, it's gonna all be in the same mod. The mod is where it's going to be controlled unless we are able to pull the wire system out. Have a dummy wire system. That is a whole other project, by the way. That's a whole another thing. Start client side, start server side. There is something in here somewhere. Rebuild network, yeah. Like I said, I've done a lot of work already down this. I don't know. I didn't get it to a point where I could test it. And that's where I want to get it. I want to get it to a point where I can test it. Render order, render range. I thought there would be something. I thought for sure there would be something that would register those block entities. But I am not sure where that would be. There must be another, block entity MP break. We're going to analyze this. Exposed by, instantiated by, used by. There it is. Register, okay. Register block entity behavior class. This here is where this comes from. This is how that maps. When you register it, right? It's you're mapping it to this type, but that's the code that you use inside the JSON. So we can do this with all of our own behaviors if we wanted to. And a lot of the block behaviors with the multi-blocks, we could just basically make a lot of the functionality of the machine's behaviors, which would be kind of crazy. But again, that's getting a little lost in the forest rather than the trees here. We're getting kind of ahead of ourselves. So animatable, I don't even know where that is. Again, I don't have any experience with the animation stuff. I'm just going to be so poor at that. So the class block break, if we go down block break, so here's the basic, has mech power connection at. This tells you where the connection can, what sides the connection can go in, and it all bases on which way it's facing, right? So and then we have right facing, left facing, depends on how it's facing, right? Because usually these are one or the other. We'd have to look at an example of something that can look at, all four sides. So it's the physical block. I say physical. It's the actual block in the game. So it has a rotation. Here's the tri-face or tri-place. And there's a lot of code in here that gets the, depending on how you place it, it has to, if you place it on something and there's an existing mechanical network, it has to automatically basically merge in with that network. So there's a lot of code in here that might look scary, but all it is like which code, we place the block, which block am I next to? Depending on how you're rotated, because mechanical blocks are basically one or the other. Which side am I rotated? Is there a network on either side of that? Let's connect to it. And do place mech block on neighbor block change. This gets updated. This is a call when you place a block next to another block. So, any of the 6 sides, if a block gets placed, when you place a block, it calls this for all of the neighbor blocks, right? That's just built into the game. And you want the override. Here's the override for C#, rather than the look of the at override that you saw in Java. On block interaction start. So this, when I said when you interact with a block, it passes it to the block entity. This is exactly what this is doing. On block interact start. So this is when you right click the block. Oh, I'm getting a call from an unknown number. So you can go to voicemail. So it's saying, hey, is there a block entity at my position? Right? Get block entity at this position as the BE break, because that's the only type of block entity that should be here, right? And then if this is not null, right? Return not null and BE break that on interact. So it's returning, but it's calling this. This is kind of it's calling this. This has a Boolean return, right? And it returns true basically always. So it will always return true. So it's kind of weird. But on interact, this is what happens when you interact with it. It switches the engaged, right? So when you right click it, it engages. When you right click again, it disengages. This is the single line of code that does that. That's all that is just flipping that back and forth. And then plays a sound, right? Pretty straightforward. This is another reason why I like C#. Mark dirty. All this does is mark it dirty. So basically, it forces the game to save and update clients, because this, believe it or not, is run on the server. I mean, it is run on the client and the server. Don't get me wrong. There's no, when you interact with it, right? It's run on the client and the server. There's no distinction here between client and server, because it's basically doing the exact same thing. But the mark dirty when called on the server. So when the client calls, it doesn't do anything, but the server does it. It updates itself. So yeah, good times. That is how that whole tree works. So I don't know, as far as our project goes, how do we want to handle this? How do we want to handle this? what I'm thinking is, if we look at other block behaviors, what is this thing doing that is unique? Why does he have a behavior? So he has a behavior for consumer. Block behavior, BE behavior. The BE is block entity behavior. MP is mechanical power base. So position, light. Yeah, these are just very, very basic, but very important. So, yeah, it looks like we have consumer, block behavior, windmill rotor. So this is that single windmill rotor, right? Which holds the sail length, etc. So the block entity, instead of the block entity consumer, he doesn't have creative rotor, large gear, pulverizer. So it looks like he has behaviors for each of the types, each of the different machines. I mean, to be fair, they are pretty different from one another. And the cat is trying to get my attention. What do you want? What do you want? I see the mousey. Are you wanting to play fetch again? Remember, this is a magical mousey. We did this for like 30 minutes on Monday. And we played some fetch yesterday too. Now that we found it, I am but a tool to throw the mousey. That's all I'm good for. But on Monday, what was funny, right? So we played fetch at least for half an hour. I didn't time it, but on Monday, yeah, during the stream, we played fetch. After the stream, she went and crawled under the covers in my bed and slept for like 3 hours, 4 hours. It was, we wore her out. We wore the little cat out. It was great. So I see block entity break. I see clutch, help hammer, block entity, multi-block. I am guessing this block entity multi-block. I am guessing this here is the block entity type for the windmill rotor. Okay, let's test this. Windmill rotor. Generic. What? Entity class. Literally a generic entity class. Behavior, MP windmill rotor. I mean, that is obviously not here, but yeah, there it is. Magic. What would be another multi-block? Maybe I don't think it would be the gear. Yeah, there's the block entity large gear. What would be another multi-block for a block entity? Or for a... I wonder if anything uses this. Exposed by extension. It's instantiated by, used by. Holy Moses. Ah, BE multi-block. Why is this? Okay, I guess BE MP multi-block. Multi-block. Block entity MP multi-block. Now I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Temp position equals the principal. Yeah, this is actually really important code. Cat, you are amazing. Oh, there's some slobber on the mousey. Go get it. This is really important code because this is basically all of my machines. The principal is the block that is the core of the whole thing, right? Yesterday, or I keep saying yesterday, Monday, when I said the center block on the ground is going to be the block. When you swap the model, take the large gear is the ideal example of this. This is ideal code because the large gear is one block, but that block, the principle of that block is the very center position of that 3x3 by 1 block, right? The center block, that is the important thing. That is where everything is being done. So the principle, that is what we want to pay attention to. And this is saying position equals principle, right? Block entity sent block. This is basically when you break the block, this is saying the principle. This is that center block. This is where the block exists, right? This is the block that exists. This is swapping that block to air. That's what this is doing. It's setting that principle to null because you're breaking the block. Remember, on block removed, right? On block removed. You break the block. Well, that principal block is the one that has to get broken. So this is just looking all around the block space. Okay. Block position. So this is X and Z. So it's looking because you can only place the big gear horizontally. That's X and Z, horizontal. So it's looking at +1 and -1, +1 and -1 along that line, and it's looking at all of the blocks inside of there, and it's finding anything that's around there. Mainly any small gears. Because when you break the block, it's likely going to break these tier, or it's 2 peg gear. 2 peg gear. I wish you had. Well, you might have comments in here. The comments are lost when you compile it, so they're not technically in dnSpy, but they could have included them in the compile or the version that the API has. 2 peg gear. So this is in the block angled gear. So this must be converting it from a gear that's linked to the big gear, right? It's that block space is a special. That's a special thing. I don't even want to think about that. Oh man. There's a whole lot of Oof. Attached to. It's complicated. I'm really glad I don't have to code this because my head would explode. Yes, Cat, I hear you. Why? It's like we haven't done this 1,000 times. She like drops it 3 feet away, but then she's standing right next to my chair, so I can't roll out to get it because I'll run her over, and she would not be happy with that. So, for some reason, and I don't fully understand this, but the block behavior BE. So let's look at the large gear, multi-block gear. Entity class, okay. MP multi-block. Now we've got, so the rotor wasn't the MP multi-block, but the gear is. Okay. Interestingly enough, MP multi-block is the entity class. MP multi-block. Okay, so that is why the block entity on block remove. This is the block large. This is the actual block itself. This is true. This is pulling the block entity multi. So it is that type. Okay, mystery solved. So this is the block that's pulling its entity and saying, I want the entity, and then it's trying to find the principal. So what's weird is, why doesn't the rotor do this? The rotor is its own, maybe that's just because it's a producer or something, but windmill rotor, didn't I open this already? And the entity class surprises me. MP windmill rotor is the behavior. And remember, MP is mechanical power. Behavior windmill rotor. Behavior. Okay. The names don't always match up because he can put in any string he wants when he registers them. BE behavior windmill rotor. BE behavior mechanical power rotor. So this is the base object of the windmill rotor, which means you could have other rotors. You could have, let's say, water wheels, and you would inherit them from BE behavior MP rotor, and you would have BE behavior watermill rotor or something. Or you could have a sheep in a wheel and have it like sheep power and have just the sheep running around in a little hamster ball. Okay. Stand next to me when I need to reach out and grab it. I can't believe she's doing this yet again. Anyway, so I think we want to mirror how he handled this process. I think we want to mirror it because all of this is done in behaviors. And we can generically build our behaviors. So how I foresee this, let's think about this for a second. The behavior is basically the generic functionality of the block. Now, initialize. What I want to avoid are behaviors. Well, see, BE behavior MP base. This I mechanical power device. I mechanical power renderable, I mechanical power node. These are all, if I'm mirroring this architecture, imagine having BE, behavior, EP, base, electrical power, block entity behavior, that's the same. I, electrical power device, I, electrical power renderable, I, electrical power node. Now, some of these may or may not be useful. Again, we're getting back to the I energy entity interface. And this is where the nitty-gritty details really are important, because in immersive engineering, when you connect power, right, they're done with those little connectors. Those little connectors can be placed on any of the 6 faces, northeast, southwest, up, and down. Okay. But each one of those has a different offset for where the wires connect, right? So that is a perfect solution to do in JSON. Because you can have the connector, right? And then you can have all of the different orientations of that connector inside JSON. That's six different blocks, but each one of those has a different orientation. So you can have, let's say, power connector dash up, and then down, and then north, east, south, west. So you have all 6 orientations, and then you can, in the JSON, do attributes by type, and then specify the connection point in JSON, the offset, or the coordinates inside that block. I don't 100% know how that would work, but that's where my mind is at. The block itself, the connector block, that is where we have a block entity. That's going to have a block and a block entity, and we might make that a behavior, right? Or not. I'm not. God, behaviors are rough. BE, behavior, rotor gen. Yeah. An example would be for our mechanical generator, right? Mechanical generator would have maybe one or more, maybe I would say just one face that the mechanical power would go into. So that's a whole lot of code. That's a whole lot of code, depending on, because you can place this thing whatever let's say you place it, and the orientation is always on the right side. That's the mechanical power. So you have to orient yourself in order to place it in a way that your power can come in, or on the top, depending on how you want to do it. I want to limit the number of craziness that we get into, because forcing some designs is good, because it causes people to have to design stuff that's efficient. But yeah, in that case, that specific block, the entity, would have a very specific behavior that would merge mechanical power. It would have to have a mechanical power connection and an electrical connection. So the rough part is the coordinates. The rough part is the offsets, that kind of stuff. Because some blocks. Now here's another thing we could do. We could have the multi-block itself have a coordinate of the wire connector. We could have a built-in wire connector in the block and have the coordinate of that wire connector in the block. So when you right-click with a wire coil, so you have a wire coil in your hand and you right-click a block, you're grabbing that on entity interact, and you're grabbing that, and it pulls the block that you just right-clicked, and it says, hey, drill into the block entity, drill into the behaviors or whatever. Do you have a connection point? Is there a connection point registered? And if there is, connect to it. Right? That's how the transformers are going to have to work. That one's going to be even trickier because you're going to have two different connections. So you're going to have to be able to right click in this zone and right click in this zone and have that. And there is an example of that, of zoned based of interaction with the kern, I believe. I believe it's the kern has that because only the top of the kern is interactable. The bottom isn't. And if you right click the bottom, it doesn't do anything. You have to right click the top in order to spin the little Duvallaki on the top. Block entity multiplayer. Okay. So the block entity MP base position. Light. I don't know what some of these are. Cat. Unreal. Access sign, network ID. That's an important one because the networks. That's where the rubber hits the road. What I want to avoid is normalizing into the point of being just overwhelming. iMechanical power block, iMechanical power device, iMechanical power node. How can something be a node but not a device? Right? Renderable, that's something else. Power transfer power. See, this is it's too normalized for me. It's too complicated. It does not need to be this complicated. I think it's too complicated. Like, why? I mean, I know there's different things in all of these. Get torque, get position, leave network. But how can something be a mechanical power block, right? And not be a node? You know, I mean, I know there's sidedness, but that can be handled just with one interface. So let's take a snapshot of a block. So how about let's look at something simple like the brake. So the brake, the block, has nothing. There's none of those interfaces in the block. But it inherits from a block MP base, which does have mechanical power block. Okay, so we know now mechanical power block is the dummy block. If you have a block in the game that is mechanical power enabled, that is the mechanical power block. Okay, so let's look at the remember, this is an abstract class, so you can't actually declare one of these. You have to inherit it. What an abstract class is. So the brake then has a block entity, which again does surprisingly no interfaces, and it uses the generic block entity, base class, which is, I mean, an absolute base. The block entity is the absolute base. So this has nothing. The block entity has literally nothing in here. This is the from tree attributes to tree. This is saving and loading. This is the code that saves. This is loading it. This is saving it. So that's the engaged. Get bool engaged. This dot engage. Yeah, that's all that does. So then the behavior. So we know the iMechanical block is the block. So let's look at the behavior. Behavior MP break is behavior MP axle. MP axle is base. Base is device, renderable, and node. So here's my thoughts on this. If all of these behaviors, consumer, large gear, MP base, device, renderable, node. If all of these are pulling from the same object, and all of them are pulling from the same base object, and all of the base objects are pulling from the same interfaces, then merge those interfaces. You don't need 3 different interfaces if every single object is grabbing from those interfaces. That is superfluous. So device, renderable, and node, those are all the same things. So block, we know, device, node, renderable. And what actually inherits used by extension method exposed by? It doesn't look like anything uses power transfer. Really? So where's is there a transfer power anywhere? No. So this is not even used at all. So this one, and this one could all be merged, because those are the 3 that are used in every single one of them. You do a producing and consuming interface. No. I've gone over this in my head 1,000 different ways. One interface to rule them all. Because if you do a separate producing and a separate consuming interface, how do you do a battery? Because it can do both. So then do you implement both on a battery? You know, like, it's a lot easier for, like, say, a generator, right? If you say a generator is an I energy device and it has a receive power, well, in the code you can call that and you can just return 0 or something. You know, the generator is not going to receive power, period. So you don't need to deal with it. You can just skip that block. Or you could do an enumeration, and you could enumerate device type, right? That's kind of what I did for my code. If we look at game content electrical, Yeah, in here. Enum electric device type. This was an early attempt. So producer, consumer, storage, toggle, anchor, and other. So yeah, this was splitting out all of the different possible types of power, like all the different types of powered blocks. So you had producers and consumers; those are easy. Storage, again, that's a producer and a consumer, so you got to have that. A toggle is like a light switch, right? If you have a big switch that you pull, right, that you have to have that separated out because that is joining two different networks. You have this network and you have this network. The switch is the thing that toggles the connection between those two. The anchor, this was basically, in my thought, was this neither consumes, it neither produces, it doesn't store, nor does it bridge two networks. It just is a dummy thing, right? It's a dummy thing along the wall that the power just goes along, and it doesn't need to be simulated. It doesn't need anything other than it needs to be saved in the electrical network because it's one of the hops. And if you happen to pull that, if you happen to take that connector and connect it to something like a machine, then you're going to need to save that because now that's connected to another machine and that branches out the network. So, yeah, again, I worked a while on this, right? I worked a while on this. And again, I tried to mirror as best that I could the base game. And going into it again, I'll have to refresh myself. But a lot of this work is sort of done. I even have packets to stuff. All the renderer stuff, I have no idea if it... I just don't even know. I don't even know if it works or not. But yeah, the electrical network itself is the thing that simulates. So there's a join, there's a leave, server tick, update network, and then the update network. This is the meat. This is the meat and bones of the network, right? This was actually really, this was a mind bend. And I don't even know if it's like right or not, because it was like, all right, this here, generators, machines, and batteries, right? The three main types: storage, producers, and consumers. And here's the list to grab those. Node.values.where. Node is electrical node type equals producer, order by priority. So I even had priority system built in. So you could prioritize whether by user interface or just by JSON type, prioritize different blocks, and it would if you were not producing enough power for the entire network, then it would drop down to which priority, what gets power first. So I was trying to make a robust system, but these calls take all of the nodes, and now nodes, that is everything in the electrical system. You have one network of electrical. Now this is the data behind the scenes. This is not like the wire system. The wire system is the visual representation of the network. The network itself is built as you stretch the wires. But these are the things that pull the different types off the network. And then there's some... Basically, I go through and calculate how much power is available from all the generators. I don't pull any power yet. I just go through all of the generators and say how much power is available to me. Then I go through and say the total machine use, how much power do I need for all my machines? Gen power supply in machines. So these are power users. Total machine use is node.add power. So, yeah, I'd have to go through here again with a fine-tooth comb and try to figure out if any of this is done. But basically, I had to figure out a way to efficiently process these while not iterating through them very many times. And I built this without any reference to any other mods, any Minecraft mods. I have no idea how this stuff is done in Minecraft. If they're efficient. Because the RF power is done in a way where the machine basically outputs power to the wire. I mean, think of like the top tier mechanism power transfer wire, right? That thing holds like 9 million RF, right? There's a reason for that. Because of that wire having so much, a generator can just output to the wire. And the wire just outputs to the wire next to it. And that wire outputs to the wire next to that. And so when you have long runs of wire, that's a whole lot of simulation ticks of the energy being distributed. Now, Mechanism does it where a single run of like the power transfer cable, I forget what it's called. A single run of that will have a total amount of space. So it's almost like a multi-block. When you have, let's say you have 10 of the ultimate cables in a line, well, all 10 of those is one basically battery. And that gets input from any generators and then outputs to anybody who wants it, right? And it has so much of an input and so much of an output per connection. So that is a really simplistic way of doing it, and it would be more or less easy to implement. I gotta throw the mousey again. But that negates any like voltage regulation. That negates any sort of limits on power whatsoever. All you're limiting, all the tiers when it comes to RF power is transfer per tick. That's what you're limited by. Whereas a voltage system is limited to the actual amount of power capable on like medium voltage. And that's where the limit comes in. So high voltage, no limit. Medium voltage, there will be a limit. Low voltage, there will be even lower limit. Again, I'm not going to get lost in the weeds on what those voltages are, but voltage, it's basically a little bit more complex than an RF system, where each network has its own limitations. But again, there's a lot of work that has to be done before that. There's a ton of work. And all of this code, again, I wrote all of this code here. All of this code, I mean, it compiles. I think I compiled it. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't compile it. But yeah, I was writing all of this without any, like, anything, any guide. I was just writing it in hopes that it would work. And the wire system, this is a whole different thing. I was borrowing a lot of this system from the Signals mod, and that guy was kind of a dick and said, "Hey, I may not let you use this code, blah 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 blah." And I was like, geez, that just completely deflated. I was making really good progress in this API, and after he said that, I just lost. I didn't want to do any more work on it because he threatened to use because he didn't have a license on his code at all. So he threatened, like, hey, depending on what license I include, you may not be able to use any of this code. And I've looked at his code. I looked at his code, and I can tell it's copied from other places. He didn't come up with it himself. It looks very familiar. It looks very similar to the immersive engineering wire code. Did you bring it back? Did you bring it back? Where is it? Where is it? She didn't bring it back. You can't come over here and whine to me if you don't bring it back. Okay. So I'm thinking we're going to try to simplify this a little bit. The wire system, that's its own nightmare. But with the interfaces, I think we want Energy Framework is going to have a block interface, block entity, not a block entity, block behavior interface. If we use behaviors, I'm not sold on the idea of behaviors yet. Because having a behavior implies that somebody else using if you reference this code, somebody else could add your behavior. Let's say I have a block behavior metal press, like a BE metal press behavior, block entity metal press behavior, or BE behavior metal press, or however you want to name it. That implies that somebody else could add that behavior to their block and have it have the same functionality. I don't know if that's doable. Cat, you didn't bring the mousey back over here. You can meow at me all you want, but it's not anywhere over here. You're kind of missing the whole fetch aspect of this process. Yeah, I don't have it. So it's funny. She sees my hand move and she thinks I'm throwing it, even though she didn't even bring it over here. Object permanence, Cat. You got to learn object permanence. Okay. So yeah, I think I want to simplify this a little bit. I still don't know if behavior is right. To me, the behavior would be the power interaction. Let's look at this generically. What does every machine have? Every machine is going to have or is going to need some way to interact with the electrical grid. Right? So that's how I look at behavior. I look at behavior and say, well, to enable electrical systems in this block, I'm going to need power. So the block entity can include power. And that I could have, let's do this. Block entity interface. Okay. I just want to talk through this. Sometimes I know there's only like 2 people in here, but sometimes you gotta talk this out in order to really process it properly. So here's how I see it. The block itself, the dummy block, has a interface. Okay. Now, why would a block need an interface? It's a dummy block. Why would it need an electrical interface? Electrical connections. If the block itself needs a connection, if it has a built-in connection, then it would need an interface to connect it up. Now, immersive engineering doesn't do this. Immersive engineering does not have connections on the block itself. You have to put a block on it. I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Because remember, we're going to swap it out for a giant block. And the bounding box of that is going to be enormous. There's going to be no white space inside the block that you're going to be able to get to. To this day, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they have ladders up the derrick. You know, I don't know how you can climb a ladder up the side of the distillation tower. I don't know how they do that. Because when you're dealing with an object, 3D object, how do you then specify where the ladders are? How do you specify that? I'm not going to get lost in those weeds. Those are details that can come much later once the mod is done. And people are like, hey, how about this feature? And it's like, well, if you want to program it, go for it. So I want to avoid trying to mirror the entire mod itself and try to get it up and running and working before we think about all those weird details. Because I'm sure maybe the really early versions of immersive engineering didn't have those features. You can't look at a mod today, 10 years after it started development, and say, look at all those cool features. It's like, well, yeah, that's what you get after 10 years of development. We're not there yet. We're not at that spot yet. So until or such a time when Tyrone sees the mod or sees how popular it is and starts adding features that make it better, and we have a little bit of power and clout in the community and saying, hey, this mod is great. 30,000 people have downloaded it. Let's start adding features that people want and start molding the API and start suggesting to Tyrone features that would be nice to have. We can't do that yet because the mod doesn't exist. So the block interface basically would declare this is a power energy block. Obviously that's superfluous. So this block interface would have wire connection node. Okay. Now the block wire connection node, wire connection position. Okay. Which isn't a block position, because those are whole numbers. This position is an offset inside of the block. And I don't 100% know how that works. But this would be the wire connection position. So let's say you have a giant multi-block. Then you have a little spot right here. Some offset inside of that block. That's where the wire connects. That's what I'm talking about. The block is a dummy block. It's just this big thing that has a texture. This is the little offset of the wire connection. That's all that the block cares about. Because you're interacting with the block. Doesn't matter where that wire connects. It's a visual thing. A visual thing is the block. The entity, this is where we sort of pull from this here. Okay, so energy storage, which funny. Get energy stored. Get max energy stored. Can extract, can receive. What's interesting, receive energy. Maximum amount of energy to be inserted. Okay, so this is receiving energy. Maximum energy to be extracted. Simulate. The extraction will only be simulated. So this is interesting. Simulated means it doesn't actually do it. It just pretends that it does it. Remember in my code of the simulation tick, the update tick, where I looked at all of the machines. You know, at first I looked at all the generators. How much power is available? Then I looked at all the machines. How much power do you need? Et cetera, et cetera. If the power available equaled the power received, it really was simple. You go through and extract all the power, then you go through and push all the power back in, right? Really simple. But if the amount of power exceeded the amount received or amount desired, then I needed to look for storages. If there were no storages, I only extracted the amount of power needed and then pushed the amount of power into all the machines. Now, if the amount generated was not enough for the received, then I looked at any storages and said, how much is available in storages? If that was greater than 0, then I pulled the amount of power that made up the difference. And then I pushed it in all the machines. Again, that loop is crazy. My brain, that was like 3 or 4 days of my brain just going logically over the steps and rewriting it and then missing a thing and then rewriting it. Again, I don't even know if that code compiles, but I wanted to get it done because that was the meat and potatoes of the whole thing. Okay. So yeah, thanks for Matt Saeed. Thanks for sticking around, because yeah, talking through all this stuff is really helpful. Okay, so the interface. This is the meat and potatoes. Well, no. This is when we look at a block entity in here. Or no, it would be in here. High energy storage. If allow insert. So he's basically saying he's wrapping the energy storage with his own. Yeah. Allow insert, allow extract, allow transfer. Runnable. I don't even know what that is. Runnable. Oh, after transfer. Okay. After you transfer, do you run something? Post transfer. After transfer dot run. Yeah. That basically calls something after it transfers. I don't even know if we need that. Wrapping energy storage. So, for some reason, he thought to wrap it in. And a lot of times, a lot of Minecraft mods do this. They take Forge functions and they wrap around them, because from version to version, stuff can be subtly different, subtly changed. And if you wrap it, then when new Forge comes out and you have to redo your mod, you only need to redo this object, right? And then your mod is just using this instead of this. But if we look at, a lot of this stuff, I really wish this is all API stuff. So if we look at, instead of the API, source, not API, main, Java, immersive engineering, client. I don't know. Model conveyor. Well, here's the conveyor belt. Yeah, look at all these. This is the scariest part. Look at all of these functions. Look at them all. How can anybody come in here and know what the hell is going on when you have this many things? Imagine opening a C# file and having 2.5 pages of includes on that. Imagine how nightmarish that would be to try to figure out what's going on. I cannot understand why anybody can get anything done in Java. I just can't, like, why can't you just include Net Minecraft Core? Why do you have to include every little thing in here? Why? This is so annoying. This is so stupid. This is just overwhelming when I come in here and I look at this and go, Jesus, look at all this stuff. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, that was one of my rants. Just crazy, just so crazy. But you can tell. I mean, a conveyor belt. This is just a conveyor belt. Model conveyor, right? Look at all the stuff inside of here. There's conveyor belts. The conveyor belts are so complicated. I am not looking forward to this at all. Look at establish all the vertices we'll use. Like, I don't anticipate loving this whatsoever. A lot of this, I'm just gonna have to just trust. These are what they are, and hope. Just try to hope. Just hope that I can get it to work. But it's all rendering stuff, baked quads. Left wall, right wall, yeah. This is all nightmarish. Let's try to find, for crying out loud, a actual machine. I mean, he has an API. Render utils common. There's the wires. Global net provider, i.e. wire types. Yeah, look, this is wire types. For crying out loud, wire types. So like all this this is a lot of stuff that can be done in an enum. Wire types will be super dead easy. So what you see here is the code version of what we can do in JSON. Because I can add a wire type. I can add a wire, and each one of the wires, I can add a copper, electrum, and steel, right? And then I could add whether or not it's insulated, right? You could add insulated flag, and then I could skip steel insulated. So it would be I'd preface it all the VE. So I'd do like VE wire dash copper dash insulated, VE wire dash electrum dash insulated, VE wire dash steel dash naked or bare or something. So you'd have a variable of different copper, electrum, and steel. Then you'd have bare and insulated. And the steel, that's the high voltage stuff. That can't be insulated. Too much voltage. You'd have to have like a foot of insulation on a cable. And actually, in real life, they're not steel. They're aluminum. Those giant power poles, those high voltage power poles that you see, those are aluminum. Those are not steel. Steel would be way too heavy. Steel would collapse those structures. Redstone is not a thing. Structures, rope, I'm not going to get lost in those weeds. Energy wire, so shocking wire, yeah. A lot of this is superfluous. Mod construction. i.e. wire type. There's the enum. Copper, electrum. And it's just basically repeating all of that stuff, which is weird. Basic wire extends wire type. Energy wire extends basic wire, implements IO energy wire. So yeah, there's this is a lot of this code could be transferred, I think. Possibly, maybe. I can't stream when I'm looking at this and trying to code it. I just can't, because I can't be narrating and thinking deeply at the same time. It's really hard for me. Okay, so the block entity interface. This is like max power, max transfer, block entity interface. Yeah. So this is the block entity. This is the thing that's simulating and processing and the recipes and all of that stuff, right? So it's going to have a max power and a max transfer. Current power. And then we're going to have I power tier. Well, no, we're going to have an enum electrical power tier, and that's going to be LV, MV, EV, no, high voltage, and then maybe an EV. Let's, if Tyrone can add the Bose-Einstein condensate, we're going to have high voltage and then maybe extreme voltage. If somebody wants, we may not use it, but it'll be there. Somebody wants to include like a Dyson sphere, big 3D model of pulling power from a Dyson sphere, then you can have an EV and then have you could include transformers to convert. So enum electrical power tier, LV, MV, EV, and HV. So this will be block entity will be and then enum electrical power type. Again, this is going to be consumer, producer, storage, transformer. So I got to include a transformer on this now. If we're gonna mirror this system, transformer is a unique type because it takes two different voltages. Mega extreme voltage. Yeah, is that MEV? Mega extreme. How about uber voltage? UV. I mean, hey, if somebody says, "Hey, let's add this," and does a pull request and just adds that, I'm like, sure, why not? If you need a hyper uber voltage because you have, I don't know, something that produces 10 trillion volts. I don't know what limit that would be. I think code-wise you'll have less. Yeah, I think as long as people understand how the JSON works, and again, I want to do a lot of documentation with this because I want everything to be documented, and there's ways to do it. When if you do your comments right in your code, you can just generate a document like a help file that people can go in and look at everything. Look at how everything joins together. But electrical power type, producer, consumer, storage, transformer, and what else did I have? Producer, consumer, storage, toggle. Yeah. The toggle is another unique type. Anchor. Other. So, enum electrical power type, or electrical device, or even more apt, entity. So, enum electrical power tier, enum electrical entity type. Okay, block interface, wire connection position, right? But again, this, it does not matter. Well, it kind of does. I'm just thinking, like, when you interact with this and you try to right click it with a wire, see, what's funny is in the real world, copper, you can use copper for low voltage and you can use copper for medium voltage. What dictates how much power a wire can handle is its gauge. Really thin wires that are run in your house, yeah, those are 120 volts, right? If you want really high voltage, and I've seen electricians wire this, there are cables that are an inch thick that are braided copper cables, and those babies can hold quite a lot of current. I even had a little clip of one because I was watching electricians when I was younger wire new power into a building. So it was an apartment building, and they were pulling a new set of wires in, and those cables were crazy thick. Yeah. So I don't know, like, I don't think I want to deal with different gauges of wire. I think that would be just, again, too much detail, too much realism, and people would just get frustrated. So doing it with different types of stuff, right? Electrum itself is hard enough. It would be hard enough to make. It's already in the game. We don't have to add Electrum. Electrum is already in the game. We can add new ways of making it. Again, that gets into balance and outside of the scope of today. Because we want to try to get this, because these blocks, not really intended initially to use this stuff, right? I want to get a generator working because the vast majority of the work in this step is the GUI and the status bar, right? This and this, already a challenge. So I just want to get this working, especially if we can get it automatically using inputs. If we can get that working, that's yet another awesome thing that we can deal with. So this setup will be very simple. A block and a block entity. That's it. Block and a block entity with a GUI and an inventory, of course. And once we have that, then we can do the test machine. The test machine won't have power, but once we have these two, here's why I'm approaching it this way. Once we have these two, and they can be dummy blocks simply built in the 3D, in the model builder, simple textures. Once they're built, we can take the skeletons of these, we can take what these include, and start enriching them with more features. And start tackling this in increments a little bit more complicated, which is why the next step is the energy framework. Because then I want to get it to where this can sit next to this and supply it with power. That's the step 2. So, or step 50. I don't know. I've lost count. So then it is test generator next to test machine and provides power to test machine. Okay, no wires, but they're next to one another. So the test generator, the change here is the test generator. We can initially say, hey, look at all the sides, even up and down. Look at all your sides to see if there's any power, and it'll be the very, very start of insert power into this machine, and we get that working. That's a huge that's a milestone in the game. That's a milestone of the mod, is just getting a generator to supply power to a machine. Okay, so electrical entity type. This is block entity, basically. Electrical power tier. Okay. Entity type. Consumer, producer, storage, transformer. Toggle, anchor, other. Block interface. Let's see. Wire connection position. That's all that the block interface. Because if I need access to its entity, if I need to know what kind of wire to use, if I right click a medium voltage block with low voltage wire, in this, I just pull and say, get voltage or something. Block interface, wire connection position, block entity interface, max power. So this is the block entity, which is, I'm going to do uint. Yeah, we're going uint here, people. Uint. How about ulong? Ho, that baby. If you wanna look, ulong. Max value. Ulong is a lot. It's a lot. So, yeah, I want to make sure that we build this system yeah. So compare that to uint. I mean, that's a merely 4 billion. So how about it goes off the screen. The uint 256. There was a, I looked it up once. There was, I think there's a uint or like a ulong long. That's about the same. Like, let's see if I can find like what data type holds the max value possible in C#. What? Google, you failed me. You failed me. You failed me. Data types, double. I mean, a float and a double is a floating point number. Yes, they can hold a lot, but you deal with floating point precision and floating point math, and you have to deal with like decimal rounding errors and stuff. It's just not a good thing. So Yulong, I think is plenty. I think this is plenty. That's 100,000 million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, 18 quintillion. You know, technically 18.4 quintillion. That is plenty. Now I think uint is fine for max transfer, and ulong is current power. The max power, that's just a like a static that can be set via JSON. That can be set via JSON. As can max transfer. These can be JSON properties. Current power is actually like, you know, where is it in the grand scheme of things? Where is the power? So max power, max transfer, current power. Is there anything I might be missing in this model? Let's pull these. Again, this is an old. I was trying to sort of mirror like block node device. This is me trying to mirror what is there. The machine, the generator and the machine does not care what power network it is attached to. All the generator is doing when it updates is generate power. If there's power available in its buffer. Now, here's the other caveat. These have to have buffers. They have to. They have to have buffers. Because you don't know where in the line stuff is updated and ticked. Is the electrical network updated first? Is the machine itself updated? So basically the machine itself can update faster than the electrical network in order to save on update rate, UPS, or frame rate. I think, yeah, I would call it UPS. It's kind of what Factorio used. So how I designed I don't even know where I was going with that. How I designed the electrical network. Okay. I think this is, yes. This updates slower. This right here updates slower than the base game tick rate. Where did I set that? I think I might have set it in the mod. Server. On server game tick. Snappy.world. Register game tickler. New action. On server game tick 200, I believe, is the delay in milliseconds. So on server game tick, I iterate through all the electrical networks, and then I call server tick on the electrical network, and I go to the electrical network, and I say, where's the server tick? Somewhere in here. Where is it? Leave, client tick, server tick, boom. Update network. By setting that at 200 milliseconds, that means I update the electrical network 5 times a second, which is a quarter of the actual tick rate. Because I don't foresee it needing to be updated that often, right? Yes, generators generate power, but they're usually generating it either per tick or per second. If we base everything off of per second, that's easy math to do. Because the base game tick rate is 20. Like this is how when I did my machines for Fortresscraft, my nuclear reactor or my Mark II excavator, right? This is why I did this, because in Fortresscraft, you tie that simulation, the power simulation, the tick rate on that is what is in the low frequency thread. The low frequency thread is 5 times a second. I know, that's low frequency, 5 times. You do anything 5 times a second. Anything. It wouldn't feel like low frequency. But to a computer, 5 times a second is, 200 milliseconds? Your computer can do a lot of stuff in 200 milliseconds. So, the machines in the background, the generators or the multi-block machines, those can be updated, and they're going to have to be. Because if they have animations, if they have things that they are showing, then yeah, you need to update that with the tick rate of the frame rate, which is, I think, again, 20 times a second. So, or more. So in order for the visuals to, be updated enough so they don't get all choppy and jumpy, I can tell the machines themselves need to be updated more frequently. But that doesn't negate the fact that, you'll have in the electrical system, imagine a machine and it's set to use, let's say, 128 power per second, right? So in a 20th of a second, it's not going to use that much power, right? In 4/20ths of a second, right? Which is, 4/20ths is a fifth. So a fifth of a second, it has updated 4 times. So its power will have dropped down. If it's using 32 power per second, that's a little bit more than 1 power per tick. So that's going to drop like 6 power. Well, after that fifth of a second, the electrical network updates, and it spits more power into the machine. The power goes up like 4, 5, 6, whatever was drained goes back up to 6, and then 4 ticks later, and then up again. So unless you have a machine that uses an unholy amount of power, that doesn't have a lot of storage, right? Let's say the machine uses 1024 power, but only stores 128, right? Then that the electrical system was going to use a ton of that power before it gets updated. So that gets you more into real time. But again, these blocks they have to have a buffer inside them in order for the system to be seamless, in order to work. Because in order to save update rate, which I think a lot of mods ignore when they're being made, and it's when you're done with the mod, it's too late to think about optimizations, I think. So by only updating the electrical system every fifth of a second, I think we'll save an enormous amount of time and update, because that way more power can move per update, right? Instead of, I've seen Minecraft mods where it's like 1 power is used and boom, it's just like 1 power, and it's like the update rate on that is so fast. I just think, like, how much of that in my computer, how much of that is being processed just to keep that topped off at 1? And it's like, no, that machine can use a little bit of power before it's updated, which is a little, it's a little ways away from reality. The amount of power that you're using right now, the power that my computer is using right now was generated about 0.2 milliseconds ago. At whatever power, I don't even know where the power is coming from. But the power you're using was literally generated milliseconds before you use it. Unless you're living in some really futuristic grid that actually has storage, typically the power you use was instantly generated. They're constantly balancing the power and the use and the consumption, and they're keeping that frequency within a really thin margin, which would be a nightmare of a job, but that's how it works. I don't want to get into the weeds into like real-time power generation. Like I don't think that would be very fun. Okay, so the block entity, max power, max transfer, current power. Is there anything else? Let's look at code. Node. Yeah, see, I was not separating in this early iteration of what I was trying for. I was not separating the network from the machines, and I think that is vital. I think that is absolutely vital. The machines and the generators and the batteries, I think, do not need to be tied directly to the network. I think the network is its own entity. It exists strictly to move things from A to B and to C to D to Z. It is strictly to move that stuff from A to B. So, yeah, the more I thought about it, I'm kind of glad I stepped away from this project, because then I was able to sit and think for the last 6 months. This has been on my mind, and just thinking about what I could do different, what I could do better. So, do we want to save a reference to the network in the machine? Is there any use case? I think there is. And let me know if you can come up with other examples. But a use case, why would a machine need to save a reference to the network ID that it is connected to? Okay, that is something we would have to put into this interface. Remember, the interface is just dummy things that everybody has, and that way you can see, hey, is this an energy interface? If it is, then we know that it has a max power, because it's forced. You have to have a max power. You have to have a max transfer. You have to have a current power. You have to have those if you have the interface. If we add a network ID, then you have to have a way of saving or accessing the network ID in the object. So the use case that I could think of that you would absolutely 100% need to know network ID is if somebody breaks the block, you would need to then pass that information onto the network and say, hey, somebody broke me, you need to remove me from your network, right? And that would pass to the network, and the network would be like, oh, that's easy, remove that node out of my list, I don't need to simulate that anymore. And then the next update tick, it would not try to update it, right? So the trick would be like, how thread safe is that? If it's like broken right in the middle of a network update and the machine is removed and then it tries to, that would be yes, the network, absolutely, Matt. The network is the thing that pushes and pulls power from the machine. 100%. The network is managing that. The machine is not pulling power from the network. The machine is just a dummy, almost like a dummy terminal on the network. But when the machine is broken, it needs to send a message to the network, because the only other way to do that when the machine is broken is to then pull or basically send a message to the server that says, hey, block broken at this position. Do any of your networks connect to this thing? And then it has to iterate through every node of every network. Now remember, I'm not talking about one electrical network rules them all. You can have a base that has 15 different networks. Very isolated networks. Well, shit, like, you're pulling through all of the nodes and saying, is this position anywhere in any of these? And if it finds one, it'll kick it out, but it still has to pull through them all. And that is a nightmare compared to just saving the ID and just saying, hey, remove me from this network ID. Bingo, bango, you're done. The only tricky part about that is the transformer, which is connected to two networks. The network of coming in and the network going out. That's the rough part. But that can be handled a lot easier by our code, because we know when we're a transformer. We know that a transformer has a special case, that it has an extra network ID. But we need the ability to set that network ID in the node. So I've almost talked myself out of doing this because of that one single use case. But what we could do, remember, these are the base. These are the building blocks. These are the abstract base blocks. This is not a specific type of block entity. This is just the base block entity. That's basically like BE electrical base. That's what we're in right now. And then block entity base will have the interface of, I entity electrical, or I electrical entity, or something like that, or I electrical BE, or IBE electrical, whatever. The block entity electrical. This is the block. This is the block entity. And then block behavior. Block behavior. Yeah, I don't even know where we would use block behavior. Block behavior would essentially be all of the calls that inputs, extracts power. All of those calls would be in the block behavior. So you could have another machine, let's say another author has a mod that they want to use my electrical system. All they would need to do is add the block behavior to their block, right? And the block behavior implies some things. I'll have to get into that. Primary side and secondary side. Yes. Yes, technically they're not needed at first, but again, we want to plan for them. We know that they're not going to be needed at first. We just need to get the system up and running. Like, we just need to get it working. So it's not high on my priority list, but I know that they're down the road, and I don't want to get crazy with like ignoring features just because we're not going to do them. I want to make sure to plan. Planning this stuff out is very, very important to me, in little bite-sized pieces. So I think, yes, primary network ID, secondary network ID. So that limits us to 2 connections. So again, we're looking at what's cool about this and this is it also works for this. Toggles. When you have an electrical switch, right? Imagine there's a big switch you can throw that either disconnects or connects 2 networks together. Well, you have a primary network and a secondary network, right? It's built in. The switch does it. So not only the transformer uses it, but the toggle can use that same system, which works well. The anchors, this is where I really get confused. Because an anchor is part of the wire system, not part of the electrical system. So I think an anchor goes away because it's part of the wire. Remember, these are all the machines. These are the generators and machines. That's all that these are. And the transformer and the switch, right? The switch is a block that bridges the 2 networks together. Fairly straightforward. So yeah, wire, you'd have to have a wire connection here and a wire connection here. So wire connection positions, this would have to be an array. For primary and secondary. All right, I think that solves that problem. Now, that's for things that I can't think about, right? I'm sure once this mod is done, way down the road, and we got everything working, everything is smoothing, everything is nice, somebody will come up with something that I can't think about that doesn't it's not a consumer, it's not a producer, it's not a storage, it's not a transformer, and it's not a switch. It's something else. Like, who knows what it is, but it's something else. So block entity interface will be max power, max transfer, current power, primary network, secondary network. Anything else that a machine or generator or battery would need. Max transfer applies for incoming and outgoing. Max power, again, total capacity. Current power is how much is in it right now. Primary network, primary and secondary machines will only have a primary. Batteries will only have a primary. You can have an inline battery that's just storage somehow, and when there's positive energy flow, it adds. When there's negative energy flow, it subtracts. Block behavior interface. Let's get into that. But anybody think of anything else here? Let me know. Remember, these are we are separating the network from the machines themselves. The network is its own separate entity. The network is wires, anchors, possibly connectors, possibly depending on things. I don't know. I don't 100% know. So the block behavior, okay, the behavior, let's look at DNSPY again and look at some of the behaviors in the mechanical system. Okay, where are we at? There we go. Let's look at some of these behaviors and see what is actually being done in the behaviors compared to what might be done elsewhere. So the brake, we know what the brake does, right? It stops. It stops things. So the behavior is coming off of Axel. So what does the Axel do? Well, there's a whole lot of initialized. So it determines the code. Attributes. Rotation. Okay. Is attached to block. Git stand mesh. So it's doing there. I mean, there's a lot of rendering stuff that's being done here. There's a lot of rendering stuff. So like the rotation of the axles, the rotation of the gears, all of that stuff. I don't know. It looks like it might be part of the behavior. Requires stand. Okay. Rotation. I'm not sure what this means. Git block. Let's look at consumer. Let's look at the base first. Position. Git position. Yeah, see, this is the renderable. Remember, these are the blocks. This is not the electrical network. I mean, definitely going to need renderable. If we look at that, you can see angle, block, position, light. Not sure how that is concerned with ours, because our block itself is going to have animations eventually, I hope. And that will be most likely handled by the entity, right? The entity will actually handle the rendering or updating of the block. Because I think one of the reasons why this has to be renderable because of the rotation of the axis and the rotation of all the components has to be updated continually. So this holds the network ID. I'm not sure where we get that. Oh, we're not overwriting it, so I'm just trying to figure out the behavior here. A lot of the behavior has to pull the here's it's updating the angle of the of the gears, and some of this I just don't even know how any of this works. So initialize this manager electrical power mod. So this saves a reference to the actual overarching mod itself. For whatever reason, this manager. So this assigns the network that's associated with. Essentially, this has code. When you load when you load a game, a lot of the stuff in the game is rebuilt when you load it. So this is why it's joining networks. This is why it's doing all of this stuff. A lot of times it rebuilds. If it doesn't save it explicitly, on block removed, you would think that would be in the block. Manager on block removed, leave network. On block unloaded. So on block unloaded, that's a scary one, right? That's a really scary one. because if you're, far enough away from the block, it unloads it, which is kind of scary. Canonical network equals this dot network. Canonical network is not equal null. Did unload. Power mod this dot manager. Remove dice. So essentially, when it unloads it, it removes it for rendering. Okay, maybe it stays loaded. Okay, from tree attributes. If network ID does not equal now network ID, tree.getLong the network ID. Okay. If we're on the client side, all faces. Yeah. Again, propagation direction is which axis is the direction of where it goes. It's a complex system. Does it actually write? This is the from tree attributes. Is it literally loading from disk? So get long network ID, it does save it. So to tree attributes, yes. It's setting the network ID. So it's saving the network ID. It's saving the set int. It's saving the proper the propagation direction. And then it's saving the geared ratio. Again, I don't know what I don't know what geared ratio means. I just don't know enough about how they set the system up. But remember, this is the base mechanical power. The network ID we're already saving in the entity. So the behavior, I would say get, let's see, join network, leave network, unblock broken. What do we need to do in a behavior? What benefit would a behavior be? Okay, let's approach it from this direction. This might inform our thinking. Oh, when we right click a block with a wire coil to hook it up to a network, how do we go into that block and hook and determine whether or not that block is connectable? We can do that by pulling the block interface, wire connection position. If the block that we're pulling is type, you can do is I electrical block, then we know it's an electrical block. So that immediately tells us it's an electrical block. We don't have to look any further, and we can just pull the connection position, right? I'm trying to think of a use of the behavior. That's the thing is right now behavior doesn't really do anything for us. We don't need to update the renderer in the behavior. At the moment, again, I don't know how any of this works. Like, what is it in behavior? What is done in the behavior that is special enough that requires a behavior, right? So if we look at the block behavior of other blocks, block behavior burning. Okay, what does this do? Block entity, base BE, oncant burn. So this has a bunch of values that specify. It's basically like, let's catch up on Jay. I think you need to have the voltage type and the network and the behavior. Yes, the entity definitely. The electrical power tier. Yes, entity absolutely 100% needs electrical power tier. And it's funny that doesn't. Oh, there it is. I was like, it didn't underline it. So what in a behavior? Because I see the behavior as the thing that interacts with these, or at the very least, these. That's how I see the behavior. The tier can be set in JSON. See, this is the beauty of Vintage Story. A lot of these details can actually be set in JSON, which is crazy. A lot of things can be done in JSON. Like max power, max transfer, max current power. Like, at the very least, current power, these three could be interacted with via behavior. But a behavior would essentially need to call these, and all of the behaviors that I've seen have their own two tree attribute. Why do we have a clutter bookshelf behavior? Like, what is that all about? Behavior fruiting, max fruit, germination days, fruit stages. So I'm sure that's block behavior. I'm sure that is part of all the fruit trees. But just adding those to fruit trees, how does the fruit tree itself know to run and to simulate that? Boiler, Jonas Boiler, gasifier. This is interesting. This is new things. Inventory generic. This.inventory. Quantity slots 1. Okay. Gasifier. Unblock broken. Why is there a behavior unblock broken? Why isn't this in the block? Inventory.drop all. So burn start total hours. Control point. What in the world? Hydraulic pump. Yeah, I really have to get into the new stuff because they looks like they added some stuff, really interesting stuff. Boiler door. Why is the door animation data heat accumulator mod system control points? What is this? Mod system control points. I don't know what control points means. Should load execute order. Behavior needs power usage. Maybe we don't need a max transfer. Maybe the voltage level dictates the transfer. What do you think about that? So we have power tier, but then we have this. So that could dictate the transfer. Or not. Right now, it would just be like a hard-coded. You can't have an LV tier on an NV network, right? And the only thing dictating the MV network is the wire that you use. That's essentially what, right now, that is what dictates the tier that you're on, is the wire that you use to connect everything. You could have an LV with a max transfer like super high. I see that. That's one of the things. That's one of the things I think. Like the tier is how much power can you move in one. And the power rate will be whatever we set. But I think the max transfer will be the tier, so I can take this off. See, this is why we plan this shit out, because this is how you think through this. The behavior. This is what I'm still not understanding. Is what are the behaviors, and what do they do? Like, what is the benefit of doing stuff in a behavior? And how do you have multiple behaviors influencing a single block entity? How does the block entity know what behaviors it has? If it doesn't, if the block entity does not know what behaviors it has, then how does the behavior apply anything to the functionality of the block? iNetworked light, ignitable. Try ignite block. I don't know what any of this does because I don't know what it looks like. Set network code, update state. Okay. This network code. Let's see. Let's analyze. Let's first clear all those. And then let's analyze this. Signed by. Obviously, there's a from tree attributes. And there's a set network. Okay. And the set network is used by nothing. Okay. So nothing is calling this command, which is frustrating. Why is nothing calling set network? Read by from tree attribute, get block info, register to control point. right here. Network Gitmod system control points. Asset location. Control point code. Create. What is he doing here? Code.domain. This.network code. This.cp control point.control data equals this.lit. This is a really, I wonder what the hell this is doing. Like, this doesn't make sense. I have no idea what the gasifier is. I have no idea what this is. Update pumping state. Get block info. I think this might be receives power. Is this like a really early game? Receives power. Control point. Animation meta, like, okay. No idea what this is all about. Update pumping state. Caller. Wow, I have no idea what this even does. Like, caller, what it block entity commands. This dot block entity as a block entity commands. What? Calling privileges. Execute commands. On commands and off command. Oh, this has got to be like, I have no idea. I have no idea what this is. Control. I have no idea what this control point is. Event action. Control point activate. Trigger. This must be. I'm pretty sure they added something akin to a command block. That's what this looks like to me. This is an action is just a procedure to run on activate. This is the trigger. Activate this. So this is run when it's triggered. The asset location code. And then the control data. Public object control. So this can be anything. Literally anything. Base object. It can be literally anything. And this is the code of the control point. Yeah, this is bizarre. Really bizarre stuff. Control point listener. Action. And activate. Yeah, I'm thinking this is like command block style stuff. So looking at the behavior of all of this is probably not going to be helpful. So let's look at some behaviors that are not so crazy. All the Jonas stuff here. Fire pit ambient. This is literally all of the start loading M's. What? Fruiting block behavior door. Door block. This dot opened. Whether or not they're opened. So this is essentially like, I think, making the doors automatable, or at least allow you to open them. Yeah, this allows you to open doors like so. Behaviors. This is what we're looking at. Like what would the benefit of doing behaviors? Yeah, Matt, they did. Be able to connect blocks multiple blocks away. 5 to 50 blocks away. Revan, yeah, we haven't gotten into the electrical system yet. This is still just machines, batteries, and generators. That's all we're dealing with right now. We're not even into the network itself. But what behavior? What would we need in a behavior? Like, do we need anything in a behavior? Do we need behaviors? Are these blocks, like, can this all be done without behaviors? Or what would be the benefit of adding the behavior? Because one of the things we can do is the block entity, all of this, all of that, all of it could be moved to the behavior. And the entire process of electrifying the block would be in the behavior. So the block entity behavior would have the max power, current power, primary and secondary networks, and the tier. And have all of the code to accept power, to remove power, all the sanity checks, all of that stuff can be done in the behavior, and then we can use that behavior for all of the blocks, all of them. And if that was the case, I would add. I need this to be somewhere. You can do it all without behavior, but then any block needing power needs to be C#, from what I understand, but my understanding is limited. The benefit is once you have the behavior, you just apply that behavior to all of the blocks, right? You don't have to repeat any code. If we did it in the entity, we might have to repeat some code. Because the block entity for, say, a battery or a giant accumulator, let's say we have that giant accumulator, right? The block entity for that is going to have pretty basic code, right? Do we have power? How much power do we have? The network itself is the thing. The network is where the rubber hits the road. The block entities themselves are just dummy. A machine A block entity for a machine, that is where the processing happens. Okay, so the block entity will need a reference to its behavior. It needs to know if it has power, right? That's the communication disconnect. How do we, as an entity, get the values in the behavior? That is the only difference here. If we're doing all of our processing and simulation in the block entity, which is fine, that's what they're for. So each block entity, each machine will have its own unique block entity because, it's going to have its own recipes. It's going to have its own, all that stuff has to be done. So they're all going to have their own inventories, their own GUIs. All of that stuff is going to be linked to the block entity. If we have the electrical system as a behavior, and then we make it generic enough to be able to apply that behavior to many, many blocks, we need in the entity to bind to the behavior. Behaviors can be added later. Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to take this step by step, and I want to be able to think through a lot of this stuff before I start writing code, because once I start writing code, I get in sort of the zone when I start writing code, and I just want to get stuff working. I want to get stuff done, and I'm not really thinking of the big picture and how to organize all of this stuff. I've never really built a mod this big before, so I want to make sure that I organize this thing as best as possible. 100%. As best as possible. And that means trying to figure out the best way to approach this stuff. Because right now, I don't see any reason to use behaviors. Because the block entity, the base electrical block entity type, will have all of this stuff in it. This is, and then the block entity for, say, the metal press will derive itself from the base block entity. So this is not necessarily, we don't even need interfaces here. We could use base types, but block entity interface. So the name of this will be I electrical block. Okay. And this will be I entity. The I is the interface, right? So block any block entities. If somebody wants to design their own mod, right? You design a mod and you want to use my electrical system, all you need to do is make your block entity use this interface, and then you make your block use this interface. Bungo bango, you're done. I don't see a way if somebody makes their own machine and all they do is add a behavior to that, and all of a sudden, magic, it starts using power. It's like, I don't see that happening. I don't see that as beneficial. Because when you code a machine, you need to know how much power it has when you're processing. Because if it's out of power, you just don't process anymore. So you can't just add a behavior to something and just magically have it start using it. If your machine is doing something like burning coal or making metal plates, right? If it runs out of power, it stops. Or if it runs out of coal, it stops. You need to be able to access those variables. Or maybe if it runs, maybe it'll burn coal, and if its internal buffer fills up, it stops burning. Right? As a little benefit. It just stops burning because it's like, I'm full. And it won't start again until it drops below a certain level. Right? Because fuel in the game already has joules as fuel value. So you could do some guerrilla math and figure out, what your power is and how much power is actually being stored and stuff like that. Again, I'm not an electrical engineer. I know a joule is like a watt in a second, right? A joule is a watt per second. So like 1,000 joules is 1,000 watts for a second. So I'm pretty sure that's it. So like a 100-watt light bulb, that would be 100 joules. 100 watts per second. Or is it not per second? The block entity will at least need to draw the information. Yeah, see, that's just it. If the block entity is pulling from the behavior, then you can't dynamically set the behaviors. You have to set a behavior if the block entity expects that it has to have a certain behavior. Then why have the behavior? Why not integrate that into the entity framework? Right? Remember, these are not hard-coded interfaces. You can have an entity that doesn't have these interfaces. You can have an entity that does have these interfaces, and then you can connect it to the net electrical. All the interfaces do is allow a generic way of detecting and processing the network outside of my mod, right? When another mod author wants to use my mod or my electrical system, all they would need to do is in their block entity include the electrical block entity. Electrical block entity. That's all they would need to do, and you would be forced to include these values in your object, and then you have access to it. And then the electrical system, right, when you come in with a wire and you connect it to a power pole, and then you right-click on the machine, right, it pokes that machine and says, are you an electrical block? If you are, grab your block entity. If your block entity is an electrical block entity, if those two things are true, bam, connect you to the network and include you in the whole system. Because I know if you are this and this, that you have these variables available to you, and I can connect to you. And there, of course, there would be some other in the electrical system, which we don't have yet. There would have to be sanity checks. What network are you growing? What voltage of machine are you on? Stuff like that. Those would be the sanity checks, which come, as you code it. But yeah, I don't think we need a behavior. I just don't think we need a behavior. The two interfaces, literally, that's all Forge does. Energy. Literally one interface for Forge. One interface. All of the mods use this interface to support Forge Energy. So when you think about thermal, mechanism, AE, any number of mods that use Forge Energy or are compatible with Forge Energy, they all use this interface. Every single one of them. Some of them wrap it in their own little colorful package. Some of them, might have receive an, they might convert the energy to their own little private, AE has AE power. Well, it's just a formula. The extract, the receive energy is, I take 100 RF in and I convert it to 10 AE or whatever the formula is. That's all they do. But to make it compatible with the Forge Energy, this is the only interface that they need. So I don't think in our mod, I don't think we need a super complex system. I just don't. I don't see us needing behaviors and all the fluff and all the stuff that goes on top of that, because if the machines themselves, they need direct access to current power. They absolutely have to have direct access to. It has to be part of the entity. We cannot, code-wise, require a dynamic system of grabbing a potential behavior, drilling into that, pulling a variable every time the block is placed, every time the block is updated. The more stuff that we have in that loop, the more stuff that we have or need to update, the more complex the system becomes and the harder it is to maintain. When you have interfaces, entities, blocks, behaviors, when you have all of this stuff, it is really hard to maintain it. Just look at how much of a nightmare the mechanical system is in this game. Wherever this is, God, it's just, I don't even remember where it is. Like, I love how the back button actually works. It's so great. Well, I just looked at all the things. I just clicked on all the things. This was me looking at other block behaviors. There it is. I knew it was in here somewhere. It was just back about 500 things. So you can see, here's why I think it's not needed. Why have behaviors when you still need a different behavior for every use type of the system? Why do we have a behavior of axle, a behavior of brake, a behavior of rotor, a behavior of a large gear, a behavior of a pulverizer? What is the point? If somebody wants to come in and add their own toggle, add their own brake, why would they do that when it's already done? Why do you have a behavior if it's supposed to be a generic way of handling things? Why do you have a behavior doing the work and not the entity? Why is the entity not the thing that does the work? The block entity for the Helve Hammer, let's see. Does this have a link to its behavior? Because we have block behavior, Helve Hammer. Is there a behavior of Helve Hammer? Block behavior. Okay, so now I'm curious. The Helve Hammer. Block types, machine. Mechanics. Helve Hammer. Okay, behaviors, horizontal orientatable. This behavior is understandable. You can't play it, you can't place it vertically. That's essentially, this is a good generic behavior. Restricts how you can place it. Very good behavior. Horizontal orientatable. Perfect. You would notice, why does the Hellhammer, of all the things, not include a behavior? Well, it's because it's a machine. It's a machine that does stuff. It's not a transmitter of the power like everything else is. So if we look at it in that terms, the toggle code, the toggle has its own behavior. For some reason, the entity class is generic. I don't understand it. Why did they put all this stuff in behaviors? Why not into the actual entity? I think there's a very specific reason. I just can't think of it. So if we look at it from that perspective, the machines, the generators, the batteries, the blocks in the network don't need behaviors. They don't. The things that need behaviors is the electrical system. It's the electrical system that needs behaviors, because it's the electrical system of the wires. Those needs to be rendered, needs to be updated. They may even have a collision, so they zap you when you don't use the insulated version, right? So there has to be some sort of way to collision detect with the wire itself, which is a rendered object. So the electrical system, the nodes, the parts in the electrical system can and will most likely have behaviors for custom rendering and custom access. The machines and stuff I don't see as needing behaviors, which saves me an enormous amount of work. To have to do a behavior for every single thing, it's like, no, I want people to come in here and see you have a block, you have a block that is a metal press. The block metal press has an entity, and the block entity metal press, and that inherits from I electrical block entity, and boom, you're done. Or we have an electrical block entity base object, which has a lot of the busy work, the math done for us, easy peasy. Yeah, I don't see us needing a behavior. So this really takes care of energy framework. This is for blocks, not blicks, blocks. The wire system. So electric. Wow, electrical system. Okay, this is different. The electrical system, we use the power tier, right? So this is the wires, the connectors, the relay. No, we don't. I don't even know if we need connectors. Let's pass on connectors. The relays. The relays are the important thing. So the relays can have more than one connection. That's why we're splitting this out, because this has maximum of two potential networks that it connects to, right? Maximum. For switches, for toggles, and transformers. The electrical system, let's call it the electrical network. This will be relays, wires, relays and wires, and simulation ticks. Okay, or update. So this will be slower simulation update. So remember, the machines, because there's animations involved, which again I don't know how to do. I have no idea how to do animations. I know you can do animations in the model builder, but I don't know how to lerp them from. I think it's either called lerp or tween. You know, you take, let's say you take a thing that rotates. So you keyframe it. One keyframe is here, and then you say this. You know, you rotate it, and you say, okay, this keyframe is, you know, whatever, 10 seconds or something like that. There's a subtle animation. I don't know about subtle. There's an animation because I tried this system. There's an animation with my Night Watcher mod. If you ever used my Night Watcher mod and placed it in the world, the little scarecrow guy actually moves his head. But I have it delayed like massively. So when you first place him, I think he moves it. But then there's like a 5 or 10 minute gap in between the next cycle, because you can just add, you know, this keyframe is this second, this keyframe is this many seconds in, this keyframe is this many seconds. So I don't know, in code, when you're updating the frames, right? You're updating it at 60 FPS. I don't know how to lerp that animation to make it smooth. I don't know how to do that. I think there's a lot of code involved. I think there's a lot of like really nitty gritty back-end stuff that, you know, references the model, references the animation. So I don't know how any of that works. And the biggest example for me is the pump jack, the in-game pump jack. So yeah, that's another one of these types of tasks. A simple block with a simple animation, right? A simple animation that I allow to be enabled or disabled. You know, with a simple GUI, with a button or something that I can click that enables and disables the animation that turns it off and then turns it on and then turns it on. Like, I want to be able to control the animation or even control the speed, right? Something like that. Just a really simple machine that has a really simple animation that I can use as an example. Okay, so the electrical network is going to be relays, wires, and the simulation ticks. So the electrical system itself, the network, will simulate 5 times a second, whereas the main machines tick at 20 times per second. I think looking at our new Rift Ward would be an example. I don't know all the new stuff. I'm really anxious to see all the new stuff. I was hoping for a couple more major bug fix or major. I know the thing has gone stable, but I was really hoping for some bug fix patches, maybe, because I think there's some World Gen stuff still. I was getting some weird World Gen bugs when I was trying to develop my last mod. I don't even know. Has anybody actually downloaded that mod and given me any feedback? Oh, this didn't log me in. Really? It didn't log me in? The Strata Shrinker. 17 downloads. No comments. Nobody's given me any feedback on it yet. I was hoping that somebody would be able to tell me what the heck is going on. I even sent it to Tyrone and was like, you know, here's a mod that changes those variables that you sent, but it doesn't do anything. I could not get the mod to work. But yeah, the Strata Shrinker is a mod that just it modifies, but it doesn't do anything by default, right? The config values that are default in that, the config values are the same as the base game, So if you download that mod and install it and then run it without changing any configuration, it literally does nothing. It's a mod that does nothing. It's like the Seinfeld mod. It's a mod that does nothing. Anyway, so yeah, the electrical network, it looks really simple. Like relays, wires, and like simulation, like that looks simple. Well, yeah. So relays will be. Here's what I'm thinking. Relays can be so basically EP relay dash tier dash. I'm just thinking of the code in my head. How to build this. EP relay dash tier dash orientation. So, because I would assume that if you have a high voltage wire, you are not going to have a really you're not going to have a really tiny relay on that, right? If you've ever seen the giant power poles, not poles, they're giant structures that hold these high. You have the arm coming out, and then there's this long thing, right? There's a long connector thing, and then the wires are way, way down here, right? The wires are way, way, way down. Whereas when you have like the neighborhood wires, you go out and look, the wires are just stretched across, and they've got one little connector, one little insulator thing, one or two things. So the higher the voltage, the further away you want from anything that's grounded. So that's why I think the tier of relay, you want so like a really low tier will be this stubby little thing that, wires can connect to. The medium tier will be a little bit bigger, and then the high tier will be this like block height thing that depends on the orientation that you put it, because the orientation is where you get the offset for the wires. So the wire connection position, right? This is the position depending on the orientation and the tier. So there's going to be a lot of like, what the hell numbers do I use? Because I don't know. Like when you have it on the north face, how do you translate the values? There are some people out there that are really good at this, and I'm really hoping they want to help. Because I would love just to have a pull request. It's like here's all the values, because all the JSON is also going to be part of the all the JSON is going to be part of the GitHub. So you're going to be able to look at all the JSON too, and if there's pull requests, you can update that too. So the EP relay, electrical power relay, tier orientation. That is the actual block, right? And the block EP relay. Block electrical power relay. I don't foresee these needing an entity. Unless somebody can come up with a reason why. I don't see these needing an entity. It's a dummy block that the wires connect to. Now, let's see if I can find And the big example that I give, or that I was using, is the Signal mod. This mod is what I was using as my example, because it literally does all this shit. It literally does all of this. It was the perfect example. It was the perfect, but it was so frustrating. Literally, all of the wires, all of the connection points, all of this stuff is done, right? It's all done. But he didn't make it generic enough to use the wire system for anything else, right? So, like, and when's the last time it was updated? Yeah, it's been 7 months. September, October, November, December, January, February, March. Yeah, almost 8 months. But it literally does everything. So what I was doing is I was taking a source, very very straightforward source, right? Here's the hanging wires. Here's the hanging wires. Here's the signal network. Here's the circuits. Very simple mod, very easy to see. So I was taking his hanging wires and I was saying, rather than have these hard-coded, right? These are hard-coded to be part of the signals mod, and they're hard-coded for that purpose. I tried, in my wisdom, to make it generic. So if you look at my code and you go to wires, you can see wire connection, wire anchor, wire data, wire mod. Where was it? It was in here somewhere. It was. I must have it inside of one of these then. I don't like having enum. There it is. I knew it was in here. Wire function. So I was taking his code and I was saying, all right, how can we take this specific use case and turn it into a generic use case? And so I was saying, hey, wire function, right? You can set in JSON what function of the wire. You can set the wires, and I based these and I said, hey, if you're signal, power, communication, other, or all, right? I really should have made these power of 2, because this doesn't really work. These are not power of 2. 0, 1, 2. Oh no, they are 0, 1, 2, 4. Yeah. Unfortunately, this needs to be this should have been 1, 2, 4, 8. That would have worked better. Admittedly, I didn't really think. Again, I hadn't gotten to the point of testing this when he shut me down. But part of me, a big part of me, wants to say, screw that guy. I don't care. Literally, let's just do it. Because rather than, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. All of this stuff is done. He's already done. And I'd give this guy full credit. Full credit for the hanging wires goes to this dude. I don't care. I admit when I don't do shit. Like, I will give credit where it's due. I'm not going to try to steal anything, but I also don't want to reinvent the wheels. He's already got it all in here. He's got the anchors, right? The interface, hanging wire anchor, wire connection. He's got the connections. He's got the meshes. The one thing he doesn't have is a collider, so I'd have to figure out that. to zap people, if you run face first into a high voltage wire that actually has current, it's going to be instant death. It's going to be death. If you're flying, if you're not touching the ground, then you're not going to be touched. That's an easy check. That, by the way, does not happen in immersive engineering. You're zapped regardless. You can be flying and still get zapped, and that's wrong because you're not grounded. You got to be grounded in order to get zapped. But yeah, the hanging wires is literally just that, is the wires. And it's perfect. It's perfect. So being able to apply that code and merge it and make it generic and say, hey, you can use my wire code and use it in your mod, and it's already there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and you just make your wire type equal to signal, and voila, you're done. And then my wire type, the one I would use in these wires, would be power. And the reason I added other wire types is the communication wire, you could literally add a mod that adds telephones. Right? Imagine a device you walk up to, a block in the game that's connected somewhere else. The network, it doesn't matter. The network is ubiquitous. The network exists regardless of what is loaded. That's the beauty of having it being a mod object. It's a mod object, therefore the network is loaded regardless of where you are in the world. You could be 1,000 blocks away from your base and the network is still loaded. Okay, so you could have a telephone, basically, and then have the wires, communication wires, stretched 1,000 blocks away to another telephone, and you could walk up to the telephone and interact with it in some way and say, hey, is somebody there? And you could broadcast that all the way to the other telephone with the communication wires, which is why I added them. I added a communication. I added signal, power, communicate. What other use of wire is there? There is an other. I think I added another because, again, maybe somebody comes up with something else. But as far as the relay goes, if we look at this guy's signal, we're literally in the hanging wires. This is the thing that we're in, right? So, do the anchors, hanging wires render, hanging wires mod. This is the mod for the hanging wires. He has it as a separate mod because it has its own renderer. It has all custom rendering for the wires. And again, I don't know how to do any of that code either. Which is why it was beautiful. When I saw it, I just fell in love, and he hasn't touched this code in 8 months. He hasn't touched any of this code in so long. So long. 8 months. Where Signal Network, he has an anchor in here somewhere. Node position. iSignal node provider. Network. Signal node. I was hoping. These are all block entities. There's behavior, right? He does have some behavior in there. Delay render. I don't know where his anchors are. Hanging wires anchor. I really wish I could see what uses this. Get anchors in block. Get nodes for wire. Can attach wire. Get wire anchors. So the get wire anchors gives you an array of them. Remember, you can have multiple anchors in a block. So I am thinking the network itself would be Yeah, that is a separate thing. I don't want to even get into that. Like the circuits that uses the chiseling feature to like create circuits with a chisel. I don't even want to think about that. So there's got to be something in here. Eye signal receptor for the eyes. Okay. Block switch. Block connection. Block connection. Boom. Right there. So, this tells me that his anchors are part of the block, which you might remember I did that too. So that tells me I'm on the right track. Literally tells me I'm on the right track. The block holds the anchors. It's the block. And it's literally an array of anchors. It's an array of anchors. So in the JSON, when you define the block in the JSON, you can have a custom thing in there for wire anchors. And you can have all of the coordinates for the anchors in there. Or you could specify it on different types. Attributes by type. So the relay, the tier, and the orientation especially the orientation. You can have attributes by type, EP relay, dash, LV, dash, and then have all of the different orientations. And then each one of those has the wire position. Or the anchor position. So, and if there's just one, then obviously the array is just one. You don't, but you would still declare it in something like this: X, Y, and Z, like that. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know the syntax yet, but that's again getting into the forest. Block EP relay. So if we have the nodes connected on the block, I don't think we need them. I don't think we need them on a block entity. Is there? I don't know if there's a block delay, block connection, wire anchor. Yeah. Wire. This is an anchor. Literally a rotatable cube. Block connection, block eye wire. Okay. Wire anchor. Ah, there it is. So this is a class. It's a rotatable cube. I don't know what is that. But this block connection, this is where the anchors come in. Wire anchor, this is this object here, is a variable inside of the block connection. So we would have to look at the JSON, and I don't think he includes the JSON in here. No, he does. Assets, block types. He doesn't have anchor. Connection. Omni attachable. I think that is whatever. So facing code, side, up, down, south, west, north, east. BE behavior signal connector. So he does have a behavior. Entity class is generic. So he is signaling via behaviors. Variant groups, there's your side. Northeast, southwest, up and down. Attributes. So we have attachment areas. This is coming from behaviors. Omni attachable. I don't know if that is. Again, all of these values, it just hurts my brain. I have no idea how to visualize what this means. Omni attachable up. So that is the bottom. When you attach it to the bottom of or the top of a block, that's the up, right? That's the vector that you're looking. That's the up vector. The down is the bottom vector, so that's upside down. That's the down. You're attaching it to the down. I think that's how that works. But what these variables mean, x and x1 and x2, I don't know what that means. And then there's rotations, which is even, it just hurts my brain. Like, I have no idea how to visualize what this stuff is. There's no way to visualize it. There's no way to visualize like what is happening here. You just have to sort of know what to do. And I don't know. So block behavior signal connector that has properties, signal nodes, index 0 is source. So this index is referencing this. This is the index 0. Right? So that's how this behavior is tying to this attribute. Signal nodes. And then you have x1 and 2, and then rotations. So again, what I'm thinking is a basically identical system to this. Identical system with, you know, whatever model or object he has with this, and we just have multiple tiers. So the shape gets rotated by type and rotated by type. So depending on the type, you get rotated X, Y, and Z. Again, I don't know how that translates. I don't know how you figure this stuff out without knowing exactly what numbers to use. And then the collision box, again, the selection box, that is the tricky part. Collision box is one thing. The selection box, that's what you actually interact with. That's what fires the interaction, is the selection box. And he made it what looks like slightly smaller than the collision box. 30.36, 0.37. All the rotations are the same. So we could maybe look at what this is. Maybe that was block connection 1. Here's block connection 2. It looks like it has 2 nodes, index 0 and 1. Omni attachable again. And here's index 0 and index 1. So I am not sure. Signals, block types, shapes, block, connection. Yeah, 3 years ago, this stuff. Like, can I just download this file? I just want to download this file. I mean, I could fork the whole project, but I just wanted to see this file. But anyway, yeah, looking at this, you can see Insulator 1. I would have to really sit and look and study this and basically use all three of my monitors and really dive in and just spend a couple hours trying to piece together how all this works. I'm a very, very visual person. If I can visualize it in 3D or open an application like the model editor and open that in 3D and be able to rotate around it and see all of the things that's going on inside of that, I have a much, much easier time to think about it in the abstract and try to visualize it in my head. I don't have enough experience with the back end systems of this to be able to do that. I didn't get those skills early on. Early on in my programming. Some of my friends, I had a friend in college who was awesome at it. He knew how to do all the 3D stuff, and he ended up making his own game. And I even played the game on stream. Called Delver. Yeah, that was a buddy of mine from college. It was great. I even have some keys. I think I have a couple keys left for that game that I haven't given away. So yeah, these are all the different. Shapes. But yeah, basically what I want to do is basically download this whole enchilada. Obviously, he was using VS Code to program it. My older brother touts VS Code, and he's like, "This is the best coding platform that I ever invented." And I'm like, "Oh, that's great. That's phenomenal." But I am enmeshed in Visual Studio. I know how to do things in Visual Studio. I do not know how to set up my projects in VS Code. I just don't. All the different things that Visual Studio generates for you, the assembly info, all the back-end stuff, all that stuff, I don't know how to do in VS Code. And it would take, a couple of weeks just to learn it. And I want to get started on coding, so I'm going to use Visual Studio. Visual Studio is free, so might as well use it. Yeah, what I want to do, he literally does not have any licenses referenced on here, right? That's what he was threatening me with. Circuit freezing, collision boxes. Yeah, so there's some problems. Pretty old reported problems. 2 were closed. No reference exception. Remove unused code. Event chunks loaded. Send packet. Okay. That's what I like about GitHub. You can just kind of drill down and see what else has this guy done. Nano Morrowind. Wow. Maple syrup mod. That's Java. That must be Minecraft. Maple syrup, yeah, Java. That's definitely not Vintage Story. Okay. So yeah, what I think I'm gonna do is electrical network. This is going to try try and use as much signal structure as possible. Again, I don't know why everybody is so uptight about credit and stuff like that, but you know, I just don't want to reinvent the wheel. I don't want to try to come up with yet another way of doing the same thing that 50 other things did. It's like, why reinvent it? Why spend the time when it's already done? And all I need to do is like replicate it and maybe bug fix it and stuff like that. It just makes my life 1,000 million times it takes this from a 2-year project and it makes it a 1-year project. just by doing this, for me at least. So you can imagine. Wires, relays, slower simulation. Okay, so slower simulation update. Update ticks. So again, the network simulation is going to update 5 times a second. Machines are going to be updating 20 times a second, which emphasizes the network will be, and by network I mean if you have a network if you have a generator that goes to a transformer, that's one network, right? The transformer to the machine, that's another network. So how are we going to handle that? Any thoughts on that process? Transformers. How do we handle transformers? Do we have transformers? Are transformers, is it just all one big network, basically? If it's all one big network, that's fine. But we need to manage that. We need to process that. We already have primary network and secondary network IDs. We already have the infrastructure to separate the networks. Now, if we have those as separate networks, then we need to be able to poll. If we hit a transformer, I have a weird whisker that's like sticking out. If we hit a transformer, we're doing our simulation ticks. We can see all the transformers. Well, what we need to do is communicate. The networks need to communicate with one another then. The generation network needs to communicate with the lower voltage network and say, hey, I have this much power available. Right? And vice versa. Let's take the solar panel example for a spin. You have 16 solar panels all wired together, and that goes into a transformer to bring it up to medium voltage. So that's a whole lot of power generation going up to medium voltage. Well, then you need to tell the medium voltage how much power is available, right? So how do we handle that? I am open to ideas. Generic BE. And then, yeah, he has again, this is all wires. This is all trying to mimic what he was doing, only making it more generic and more open-ended and available for other modders. Block EPV replay, because eventually I want to take all this concept and do a pull request in Vintage Story and allow Vintage Story to just basically integrate the entire thing into the base game. I don't care if they're... Well, I care. But it's not like they're going to give me a piece of the money for doing all of this. You know, they're not going to give me a 5% of the sales for doing all of this. I wish. That would be nice. I'm hoping to generate some support via Patreon to make and update this mod and expand and do other things, but you know, whatever. Let's see. This block EP relay generic block entity behaviors this was done via behaviors. So, connection behavior. Most of this will use as much of this as possible. So, the electrical network itself, this entire piece is going to be a separate DLL file. Because if I want to merge it into the base game, it needs to be its own sort of project. Because if I merge it in with this code, it's just going to be harder to separate if the time comes and Tyrone is like, yeah, we'll integrate that. So it has to be done in a way that's smooth, efficient, and well managed. But the electrical network, all it will do is have these things. All it will look at is these things, right? And try to just distribute power. It's a very simple system. It has power and distributes power. That's it. Okay. We have. I'm not going to outline every single object in the signals mod. I'm not going to outline everything in there, but we need to move on to the, let's see, test generator next to test machine. Then test generator wired to test machine. So these are different steps, right? These are things that I can cross off the to-do list. Test generator wired to test machine. Then we go test multi-block to test big block. Okay. So this is placing blocks in the world and right-clicking it and having it model swap to a test multi-block, right? That's a proof of concept that it's possible. But they're all dummy blocks. They're all really simple, generic-looking blocks. I don't want to put a lot of time or effort into making them like beautiful, because they're just test blocks, literally to get me going to the next thing. So this is one of the biggest things. Test multi-block to test big block. Is this possible? If this is not possible, like, I don't know. If this is not possible, default to single block, single large block crafts. Okay. So basically what I'm saying here is I think it's possible. I want to say it's got to be possible, right? It's got to be possible. You can design blocks in the model editor that are bigger than a block. You can do that. You can even specify larger collision sizes and selection sizes. That's also possible. The thing is, like, how easy is it? Because once I have the code from this working and tested and streamlined and generic, I can then apply it to everything else. I just need to plug in different values. So the test part of it is the most important. The specific details of what blocks go where and what's the final result and stuff like that, that is just fluff. That is just stuff that you add on after the thing is actually working. You don't want to make it complex to get it working. You want to make it simple so it's easy to test, Okay. So once that is done, I think it's possible. But if it's not, then what we can do is define the big blocks. We can still define the big blocks and just make those directly craftable rather than buildable with components. It takes some of the immersion out of it, but you could still place a large block. When you place the pulverizer, right, you are technically placing the bottom of the pulverizer. But once you place it, it spawns the top. It spawns the top. I could even pull up. It's not the Hellhammer. Block pulverizer. Can place block. Did connect. Where is on place? Was placed. Place fake block. This dot place fake block. Top place block. It gets the pulverizer top, sets the block to above, up copy. Up copy is just give me the block position up one. And then it gets the block entity up copy as multi-block. So it gets our position as BEMP multi-block, and it's just as like it'd be a principal equals position. So it sets the block above itself. It grabs the block entity as the MP multi-block. It's technically now a multi-block, and if that's fine, it grabs the block entity, then set the principal to the position of the base. Because you place the base, that's the position. When you place the base, it spawns the block on top, right? And sets the multi-block entity, and it sets the principal into the base. The principal is the important thing. So this is the kind of stuff that that is important. So if I look at mechanics pulverizer frame behaviors MP pulverizer, right? So MP pulverizer, if we look at this block MP pulverizer, block MP behavior BE behavior MP base, behavior MP base. Where is MP multi-block? So it's saying the entity. This is a bizarre. I don't know if I really like it doing this. But the entity class is pulverizer. I wonder if the entity class BE block entity pulverizer see, this is the crush. This is it actually processing. On interact, on tessellate, on interact, on block broken. That would be not in the block entity. That would be in the actual block. On block broken with. Where it looks like I get a block of the up copy. So this checks to see if the block on top is the actual pulverizer top. This sets it to air. The 0 here, this is air. Set block. That is the block ID. 0 is air. It's always air. It will always be air. 0 is air. And then it passes the block broken. And this is what actually drops. So this, think of our machines, our multi-blocks. You break it with a wrench, right? or pick or whatever tool we decide. Well, that is what we go into the block. And the block is the very center. It's the center block on the ground. That's the block that is big, because it has to be centered, right? It's a big block, but that's the thing that's simulating. That's the position that it's at, is that block. Now, all of these other ones, the pulverizer top, now, when you are looking at a multi-block, these are going to be kind of different than the other multi-blocks in the Vintage Story. Because the pulverizer top is just a dummy block. It's just there for looks. It does not actually do anything. When you're talking about a machine that actually does stuff, that actually has animations, or God forbid even shows the items going through it, which, again, I don't know how we're going to do. When you have a block that does that, there's a lot more involved in that, and all the animations and all the stuff. So we got to be very careful with plus it doesn't really look good. You would need 1,000 different types of blocks to fit all of the look of the final. I like immersive engineering that swaps the model. So you build the multi-block with all of these different components, and then you hit it with the hammer or the wrench, and it swaps the block. It takes all of the individual components and removes all of those, replaces them all with air. And, it'll detect its orientation pretty easily. Depending on the pattern, it'll be able to detect which orientation it is. Again, that's a bunch of code that I haven't even started thinking about yet. I'm going to use... There's going to be a controller block. Instead of just using all generic stuff, there is going to be a controller block. That is going to be important. Maybe. I don't know. Again, I don't know. But it's going to be able to, when you right click with the hammer, it's going to go through the entire volume of the block. It's going to remove all the individual components. And then when it gets down to this very last block, which is the center middle block on the bottom, it's just going to swap that block with the bigger version of the really fancy looking version. And it's going to, it's going to look like all the blocks swapped, and it's going to replace it with one single block that has its own animation, particle systems, all of that stuff. That's going to be a separate block. And that block is going to have the block entity. It's going to have all the power. That block is going to have the wire offset, like where the wire connections are, stuff like that, is in the block that it swaps to. So I honestly think it's possible. I don't see a problem with that. I think it's absolutely possible. So the test multi-block goes test big block, and then we test big block wire position connection. Wire connection. Test big block wire connection. So again, I'm trying to break this down into little bite-sized little chunks, right? Test big block wire connection. So assuming all of this stuff, you start up here and you start working your way down, because this alone is about a month of work. Assuming you can get past this. This is the hard part. The GUI, believe it or not, the GUI on this is the biggest struggle, because I have no idea how to do a status bar. I have no idea. I'm going to have to reach out and try to see if anybody has done it yet or is willing to help with that. Just that. Right? Just that is what I need help with. So anyway, once we make it from here, and we are getting down the list here. Once you get down to about here, the mod is really doesn't do anything. Nothing that other people would be interested in. But all of the components are there. All of the functionality exists. All of it exists. You have the test generator. You have the test machine. You have the test multi-block. You have the electrical network that can connect all of those, because this is, the wire connection. You're connecting it. So all of the pieces. So you have a generator, and they're all dummies right now, but you have a generator. You have all of that stuff ready to go. Now is when the rubber hits the road. Now shit gets real, because now we can just press the gas, because we have example code of all of this stuff, and we can go hog wild into the future. The one thing that might stop us: conveyors. So this, why conveyors? This is rough. This is really rough. I don't know how bad this is. I do know that on QP Tech, he has a very rough version of item transfer blocks. Very rough. Like, you can't even do corners. So it's a very rough system. But when you start moving a lot of material, your frame rate collapses. It just kills the frame rate. The game, Vintage Story, cannot handle a massive amount of entities, right? And I found this out when I was doing my tools. My World Eater mod, my World Eater originally dropped the elements, dropped the block drops on the ground when you would dig. So when you would be in 5x5 dig mode, you would be digging 25 blocks at a time. And if you were digging rock, you can get more than one stone dropping. You can get like 2 or 3 stones dropping from each rock. And so you would break one block layer in rock, and you would have 50 to 75 stones on the ground. And that thing mines really fast. And so you could be standing and go dig, 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 dig. And the amount of stone on the ground would go from 0 to about 300. And I had the frame rate just fall off the face of the earth, because you went like 300 entities on the ground, right? Because they don't auto join like Minecraft does. Like if you have a thing that drops 100 dirt on the ground in the very same area, all of those dirt start collecting and consolidating into bigger stacks. That does not happen on Vintage Story. You don't get that. So 300 entities on the ground, your frame rate would die. So that is why when you're using the World Eater, the first thing it does is try to directly insert those items into your inventory. So the first thing it does, every block that it grabs, when it does a line, it tries to batch mode it. So when you break it, that break is all done in one shot. It doesn't do this block and then give, and this block and then give, and this block and then give. No, it processes all those blocks, gets all of the block drops into an array, then swaps all the blocks to air, and then tries to push all of that stuff in the array into the player's inventory. If the inventory is full, only then do you drop them on the ground. But I did that because of the frame rate collapse. So when I'm thinking of conveyors, the problem is the game is not currently capable of handling a crap ton of entities being animated and simulated And that's exactly what these things are on conveyor belts. These things are entities moving from A to B. So a conveyor belt has a certain speed and it has a certain direction, and the entity enters at this tick, and this takes X number of ticks, X number of ticks to go from this part of the block to this part of the block. And then it hands it off to the next block. And that block goes from this tick all the way to this tick. That's an entity that's being shuffled and moved along, right? That is a single entity moving. And while great, and it looks cool, when you have a big factory and you have a lot of these things and they're all moving entities, I don't think the game can handle it. Now, it may be that we implement this and it forces Tyrone to say, hey, there's a better way and let's work on this together to make it better. Or we can avoid, we cannot do conveyors and instead do it like the pipes mod. Okay. Sort of like chutes. The game has chutes, right? But they're gravity based. Stuff only falls downward unless you have the Archimedes screw. And that is, I've never used that. I have no interest in making people use that because you got to connect it to a mechanical power and oh my God. No thanks. So, what are your thoughts on item movement? Pipes, the mod Pipes with a Z for Minecraft, does it in a way that absolutely positively minimizes lag. It is 100% written to prevent lag. Unlike every other instance in every other mod. Maybe except for the old Ender.io. Ender.io was probably like that. And maybe to a certain extent Laser.io from Direwolf. I mean, it's tempting to mirror Laser.io. It is. I love Laser.io. There's a couple features I wish it did, but for the most part, Laser.io is phenomenal at moving things from A to B, even fluids. I would love to implement Laser.io for Vincent Story. I think people would revolt if I did something like that. That's not canon. That doesn't fit into the world. Blah 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 blah. Like, whatever. It's just funny. The feedback I get when I did the Angel Belt mod. People are like, that doesn't, like, what are you doing that for? And it's like, you have no idea how much easier it is to make buildings when I have the Angel Belt mod. That's the entire purpose of my making that mod. So I could actually build stuff and not have to worry about scaffolding. Mirror Laser.io or the Pipes way of doing it, but it's hard. Laser nodes, temporal gears are not that abundant. The laser nodes, unless you made it like a 10-to-1. One temporal gear equals 10 Laser.io nodes. Then maybe. But you need to kill a lot of drifters. And literally every other mod, if they need a super advanced crafting ingredient, they all use the temporal gears. Every single one of them. My Angel Belt mod uses a temporal gear. I mean, it's to the point now where we need better high-level options. One of the things that exists in Minecraft, again, if you look at the mods for Minecraft, vanilla mods, not mod packs that customize recipes, but vanilla mods, how many high-level recipes can you think of that use nether stars?
that and maybe netherite blocks, right? So when you have a really top tier crafting ingredient or material, every single mod uses those. But here's the caveat to that. We can, because this mod is so extensive. And again, if we come back, this is the progression. We have a ton of potential stuff. Creosote, alloy oven, building blocks, all this is just the start of what we're doing. Mechanical generator, machine ideas. Look at all these machine ideas, right? Huge amount of machine ideas. I am sure that there is a combination of things and stuff, crafting ingredient, that we could make in here with all of this stuff. There's got to be an option, to then make a ingredient for not a conveyor. I think I have to axe that concept altogether. I honestly, I do not see conveyors being possible in Vintage Story. They're just too laggy. As cool as it would be to see stuff going from A to B, as cool as that would be, I don't know how to do it where it's doesn't cause lag. Now, I might be able to track down to see how, say, Fortress Craft does it. But again, how do you get away with doing it without having to simulate and update the tick rate of every single conveyor belt in the entire world? How do you prevent that from happening? You are literally having to simulate every block of a conveyor belt and the block moving, because there's a 0 to 1 thing going on here. It's slowly moving an item from 0 to 1. And each block is a separate ticking entity. So how do you get it efficient enough to not consume so much tick rate? Because you take, let's say you have a factory and you've got 15 machines. You've got 5 generator systems. So that's now 20 machines. And you have 150 conveyor belts moving stuff, 150 conveyor belts that are all moving, stuff around. Now you take the 20 ticking entities for the machines, 20 ticking entities, and now it's 170 ticking entities just for the conveyor belts. How much more weight on the game is that? I think it's a lot to tick all of those entities. Every game tick. Because it would have to be every game tick. You couldn't budget. Whereas if you do it like a pipes way, or even, God forbid, a laser IO way, but pipes literally do not have internal storage. The pipes mod, the reason why they don't cause lag is they don't simulate something traveling through the pipe. The pipes exist merely for the connections that they give. So the pipes, you can have a pipe input here. You can have the pipe stretch 512 blocks, right? And then have the output here. And the item goes in here and out there in basically the same tick. There's no travel between the two. And as a result of that, because of that, it's part of the same network, right? You don't have to have the pipes in the middle even loaded in the game for it to work. It's part of the same network, similar to our electrical network. So because we're having an electrical network, right, all of that infrastructure for the electrical network and how that's processing, that can be mirrored by the pipes network, the item pipes. I think that, and you could include possible like filters and stuff like that. You could do that. But I want to get away from using temporal gears. Everything under the sun in the game uses temporal gears. That's advanced. Everything. And it's like, no, we need other things. So whether that is again, the recipes can come later. The recipes are a thing. But, we could have a thing that requires you to take an ingot, put into a metal press, make a rod, put it through the extruder, make some wire. Wire goes through a loom. Then the loom makes a wire mesh. The wire mesh goes through a CNC machine. You could daisy chain a bunch of these to make it complex, and then the thing that comes out is a component that requires sufficient enough work that would be a nightmare to handcraft or be impossible to handcraft, and that would be the base item that would get you the next tier of automation available, mainly like pipes. So I think sacrificing the visible aspect, that is the thing that crushes frame rate. So pipes, style, item, movement, item / and fluid, because we need fluid pipes on there as well. We have up here in blocks fluid pipe. So this block is this system, basically the mod system, the network behind it, right? When you place a fluid pipe in the world, it automatically generates a network. When you place one next to it, it combines that network, right? So when you place a bunch of these fluid pipes, it creates a network. Now, whether you use that network, or if the pipes are a part of a multi-block, then the responsibility of the coder is when you swap that multi-block for the big version of the block, the final version, you have to make sure when you remove all of these pipes that you also make sure that network is removed, right? Because you don't want memory leaks as far as, a bunch of networks that are dummy networks that, are a thing. But yeah, pipe style, item and fluid movement via efficient networks. Okay. Very simplistic look at it. But filters, routing, splitters. I don't even know if that's a word. Splinters, splutters, litters. No, we're just gonna keep it. A non-powered loom. Oh yeah, you could add a mechanical powered loom, certainly. There might even be one on the mod page already. Let's do a search. All mods. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Let's do a search for fabric. Hide and fabric. Okay. Use Animalize create gather plant fiber crops can be an alternate. Okay. Raise sheep, ensure their wool. Once you bred sheep up to generation 3. Oh, This is another mod I want to make. Is animal breeding to be basically negated. It takes so long to breed animals up to a certain level. Like literally, I want 1 day of pregnancy. I want 1 day of growing up. Give me Minecraft style like animal breeding, because man, does it take a long time. And I understand that some people love that about the game. And more power to you. But I don't have an infinite amount of time in my life. I'm looking at less time ahead than behind. And I'm like, I don't have time to sit for years, literal years, to breed animals up to get to some of the benefits. Let's see. As you breed your sheep, they grow wool quicker. I'm gonna see what can you can use wool twine. There's no. I think it's all. I don't know if it's a code mod or just a strict JSON mod. Yeah, I wanna say like it looks like it is a JSON only mod. So he uses grid style recipes. But the loom would just be super awesome. Spider silk. Oh. There's another cranium castroid. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're all grid-based recipes. This is why I wanted to make this mod. Because so many of these other mods, on the DB, on the database, so many other ones are just using grid recipes. And it's like, if they had a mod that had a bunch of machines on it, even if I don't even have recipes for those machines that are actually used anywhere, but I document how to add recipes, all of these other mods would be like, holy shit, we have a loom. Let's add a bunch of recipes for the loom. Let's add a bunch of recipes for the grinder and the pulverizer and the whatever. Like, you open up the realm of other people's creativity and they can just build on top of your mod. And that just increases the user base of your mod, increases the player base, increases the popularity of the game. And in the end, more people to look at my channel because I'm awesome. That's you make a channel, you put 7,000 videos on the channel for I don't have 7,000, I have about 4,000 videos, right? 4,000 videos over 7 years, right? You add a bunch of modding tutorial videos for Vintage Story, and then you build a sweet, awesome mod for Vintage Story that draws even more people, and then those people watch some of the other older videos, and it's like you profit. Sure, that's how the world works, right? Yeah, the Farm Life mod. If anything, the Farm Life mod would have increased. There's tons of mods that make it harder. Right? Look at the fields of wheat. Look at or golden fields, or fields of grain, or golden fields of wheat, or whatever. It literally makes you have to plant huge farms because of the grow time and the yields of all these plants. It's crazy how long it takes. So, pipe style item and fluid movement via efficient networks, filters, routing, and splitters. Or laser IO question mark would have to ask Dire Wolf. I asked him if I could port the building gadget mod, and he gave me permission for that, so that's why I made the building gadget mod, which also taught me a lot about modding in the game. So every mod that I've done in the game Every mod I've done for Vintage Story has taught me just enough to make the next mod, which has taught me just enough to make the next mod. The last mod I made, which was the crafting table, taught me just enough to have confidence of this mod that we're working on and we're planning right now, which is enormous. So Laser IO, maybe that could be a second tier, a more advanced tier, something. Because how do you auto craft? Like, there's not a lot. This process does not do a lot of auto crafting, right? We have one of our machines is an auto grid crafter, right? That's sort of a generic inventory make thing. But a lot of our other machines supplant the grid recipes, right? Instead of using a saw and a log in a grid, you put it through the sawmill, right? So a lot of our machines take the place of grid recipes. But how do you autocraft something that is more complex? That is, that's a little harder. Let's see. The Farm Life mod changed it. I would like Laser IO. He mentioned once in a video that someone asked to use Building Gadget. Really? Can you point me to the video? I didn't know he ever acknowledged that I asked him to port the Building Gadget mod. I don't know if he ever acknowledged. I wasn't aware that he did that at all. So I would be really interested in even in the clip of him saying that or acknowledging that, even if he didn't name me by name, which is unfortunate. I wish he would have named me by name and said, like, hey, yeah, Flexible Games asked to port my mod to Vintage Story, and I would have loved that a lot better. But alas, hope in one hand, especially when it comes to Direwolf. So yeah, Laser IO is definitely a pie in the sky goal. That would be a separate mod. Laser IO would definitely be a separate mod, but we could make it use this mod, right? To make the things, because Laser IO uses like circuits, and you craft the circuit, and then you have to smelt the circuit for whatever reason. But we could, there's an unbelievable, almost unlimited amount of different things you can do just with the machines that we have outlined up here, right? Just with these machines, there is an unbelievable amount of things that you could do and how to integrate these. Remember, each one of these is going to have its own recipe set, its own recipe object. And if we look at recipe, okay, here's how the recipes work in the game. Cooking recipe, right? Cooking recipe. How does this work? Cooking recipe. Well, that's easy. If we look in the directory for recipes, look at that, there's a cooking directory. These are these. So you can just see, like, cooking recipe, iBite serializable. These are just like loading in cooking recipe here, ingredients, right? If I actually pull up the right thing, I have too many windows. Here, let's go like porridge, code, ingredients, perishable props, all of this stuff is perishable props, shape. These are the reason this iByte serializable, right, is this structure, these objects, string, bool, right, enabled is a Boolean, which is why you can do a /enabled on any recipe and set it to false, and it disables the recipe because of that right there. I don't think it's in here. You don't have to have it in here, but you can see perishable props, shape, ingredients, perishable props, shape. The naming registry, I think, is just set in the constructor. Yeah. Dot naming registry equals new dictionary. Yeah. So it's just mapping porridge to this object, vanilla cooking recipe names, in the naming registry. So basically what we have to do is find a way to generate our own recipe sets. And again, it's not as straightforward as just, hey, this is just a recipe. So let's look at another recipe base. Right? Here's a recipe base of type T, the resulting recipe type. So how do we what uses res? Exposed by, extension, used by. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff in here. There's a lot of stuff in here. So layered voxel recipe T of recipe base T. Yeah, these are generics. Block entity anvil. Open dialog. Yes, some of this stuff is recipe voxel. Yeah, I'm not gonna look at the anvil recipes. That's nasty. Clay forming recipe. I want to know where these are. Recipe system. There we go. Register clay forming. Register metal alloy. Register smithing. Register knapping. So there's the knapping recipe. I just want to know how it knows what determines what system are we in? Recipe registration system. So we would need our own one of these for all of our recipes to be able to register these recipes. Barrel recipes. I just want to know where it loads these in. Recipe system. Okay. API.register recipe registry. Recipe registry generic of cooking recipe. And this is cooking recipes. Code recipe registry code. So for some reason I was trying to find where it maps the registry type or the recipe type to these directories. How does it know to look at that? Because the recipes themselves are very, very basic. And that's what I'm going for here, is very basic. So I don't know exactly what maps those. Maybe it would be in here. There's recipes.cooking. Assets loaded. This just loads the cooking recipes. Interesting. Taste and smell. So it's loading them in. That is assets loaded. Register barrel recipes. I don't know. If anybody has any ideas, um, um, assets.getMany. Where is it loading cooking recipe? So register cooking recipe. Where is this being called? API additions, register cooking recipe. Recipe.assets loaded. Okay. So how about barrel recipes.add? For each barrel recipe ingredient, in recipes.ingredient. That's fine. Register barrel recipes. So let's analyze this. API additions. Register barrel recipe. Get mod system. With I don't know what with inheritance does. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It looks like this is a static, so it can just be called from anywhere. Okay. So what is this used by? Recipe loader. There we go. I'm liking this. There we go. Recipe, it's a mod system. Recipe loader. Yeah, there's a lot of, when you talk about mod systems, there are a lot of mod systems. So it's not just like one thing does it all. It's like there are dozens and dozens of mod systems. Okay, recipes-smithing. So burning sparks, molded forms. So recipes.clayforming. This is where when you're loading in the world and you see all these story events, this is what does that. So you know when it is doing smithing recipes, once it's loaded them, you get the event burning sparks. And the next one, clay forming, does molded forms. And then napping does simple tools. So you know when you see those, that it's actually, that's where it's adding those recipes. And I had one, the Angel Belt mod actually adds one once it's loaded, it flying free as a bird. I tried to be cute and add that. I don't think any of my other mods add one, but okay, so this is where it's setting those directories. Excellent. Recipe loader. I don't know if I would be able to use this. I would hope that I would be able to use this. Recipe loader. Assets loaded. Recipes smithing. Recipes clay forming. Recipes napping. Recipes barrel. Alloy barrel, clay forming, cooking, grid, napping, and smithing. So grid must be loaded somewhere else. Load alloy. There's the alloy recipes. Recipes alloy. Yep. Generic. These are grid probably. Recipes grid. Is there a grid name in here anywhere? Recipe not enabled. Load generic recipe. T. This may be able Yeah, as long as you use the system, I think you'd be able to have it load the generic recipe. There's the grid recipe. There's the load recipe. Load recipes. I'm guessing this. Asset location. Not really sure. Load recipe, grid recipe. For each. This is why I don't like mods that add a lot of just variants of things. Because when you're searching for recipes, when you add stuff to the crafting grid, it's constantly trying to figure out if you're matching any recipes, right? And if you have thousands and thousands of recipes, it just makes it take longer. So stupid. So basically what we come down to here is at this point we're pretty much set to just hit the ground running. So at this point it would be recipe sets, recipe objects for each machine type, load recipes into game. And we can set, instead of being /recipes, or however that was looking, or wherever that was looking, see /recipes/smithing, load recipes, string path. So the name and the path, this is assuming game. I don't know if you can change the domain. String path. Get many. String domain, there it is. Equals null. But we don't have the domain in here. I was really hoping that we could specify our own recipes, because if we look in the general structure of what the mod is going to have, we're going to have a vintage engineering directory, and this is where the bulk of the code and the JSON is going to go. The game is strictly if we tweak things in the game. Like if we want to patch something in the game, it would go into game. If you want to patch, if another mod wants to patch my mod, then they would need an assets, vintage engineering, and a patch directory. And then they could patch stuff in my domain. These are the domains. The game is the default generic domain. This is where all of my stuff is going to go. A lot easier to debug when somebody posts like, hey, this isn't working, and you look at the path, the code path. If they're all game, you don't know if it's my mod, if it's another mod, or if it's the base game that's causing the problem. But if the code path includes vintage engineering, recipes, whatever, then you know it's something that my mod is doing. So the fact that you can't pass in a domain on this bothers me. Get many alloy recipe. for each pair. So this, yeah, I think we're gonna need a custom place anyway. The mod itself is gonna need it because we need a place, we need an object to store all of the different recipes, right? So, yeah, these are all different lists of the recipes, which is funny because the grid recipes aren't in there. The grid recipe system is a completely different system. I don't even know. Yeah, so we're gonna need a custom recipe system. Load recipes in the game. Recipe object from recipe loader to load recipes into game. So the machines, because it's all of our mod, the machines, when you try to put an ingredient in there, each machine will know its own recipe set and be able to pull the recipe specific list and say, hey, is there any recipe that has this as my input? And it'll be just go back and go, oh, here they are. You know, hopefully there's not more than one because that would be bad. But anyway, recipe loader to load recipes into the game, recipe object for each machine type, recipe loader, and now we have components, building blocks, and component building block and components shape texture JSON. Okay, many of these, but no recipes yet. Building blocks, components, JSON. So that is actually going into the 3D modeler and modeling out like a steel scaffolding, getting it all textured, saving it out, making sure it has the right texture, all of these little things. This is really where once this space right here, once these are done, right, up to here, all the way up to here, from this point on, this is where I can get the most help. 100%. The most help. I think up here we're going to add another test machine. Either one of those / generator animation test. Okay. So taking this one or this one, remember this is like the progress as we go. Taking this one or this one, whatever code base they have, and adding an animation to it. Just something simple. It could be a square on the top of it that just rotates around. That's all I'm talking about. Just something that gets me to, like, how do you do this? I need a very, very simple example of how to tween or how to lerp or whatever the weird term is. An animation around keyframes. I don't know. You know, I want to be able to turn the thing off and have the animation stop, turn it on and have it go again, and then have it have something to speed it up and slow it down. And so it spins faster or slower. Just something really easy. Or really not easy, but really simple. So yeah, from here, once the recipe objects and recipe loaders is done, now building blocks, components, shapes and textures, multi-block builds, building / and textures and animation. Okay, multi-block buildings, textures and animation. multi-block recipe to build. The other thing I might want to add in here, this is why we do this, because I forgot there is one major thing. Projector. Is this possible? Okay. Is it possible? I have no idea. But it's super easy. Make the item, right? It's a very basic, like, have it in your hand, right click it, choose an option, and then have it detect what block you're looking at, and have it spawn something to look at, like a ghost of something. Doesn't have to be anything fancy, but it has to be something to clue in the people. I have no idea if it's possible. I want to say it's possible. Anything is possible. It's just, how hard is it going to be? Recipe to build multi-blocks. So components, multi-block recipe, components to build multi-block. So once we're here, we're starting to add in the multi-blocks. And as a difference between this mod and say immersive engineering, a lot of the immersive engineering multi-blocks included conveyor belts. I don't think we're going to be able to do that. Whatever the multi-block looks, however it's animated, it's not going to be able to include a visual representation of the things going through it. As much as I would love to do that, I don't think it's feasible. I don't think it would be very good for the performance. So yeah, I just don't see it. I just don't see it possible. Multi-block recipe, components to build, building, textures, animation, and particles, and JSON. So we may have to invent our own multi-block system for this. I am still not sure how the base game how the multi-block system works in the base game. I have no idea. One is newer series. Okay. I agree. The network-based item train. Yeah. I just think I just think it would be much easier on the server as far as the weight and the rendering and stuff. I don't see conveyor belts being very good in terms of performance. And the moment the mod turns into a 2 FPS nightmare is the moment people uninstall it. So I want to try to avoid that as much as possible. And it's the moment people would be like, hey, I only get 2 FPS, on this potato. And I'm going to be like, well, don't run it on a potato. But if I work on this mod, and from the start, from the get-go, we pay attention to performance, and if throughout the whole process that is the forefront of our mind, then by the end, when I get done, and we are testing it and everything is working, and somebody comes in and says, hey, this isn't performing very well, I can say, well, I've already done everything that I can to do to make it faster. Look at the code to see if you can improve it anymore. Because, I've already, when you build something with a performance in mind from the start, there's not many places to improve things. The networks already don't update as fast. Even the fluid and the item networks, we can have a fifth of a second is an imperceptible amount of time. That's 200 milliseconds. That's a long time in between updates to a computer. To us, it's an imperceptible amount of time. I could even set the network update to be every half second, which leaves an enormous amount of time for the server to update. But I think a fifth of a second is long enough where you want to have it frequent enough where you don't have really big changes happening. So yeah, I think a fifth of a second is more than plenty of an update rate. That's the update rate of FortressCraft. That's how fast FortressCraft updates. So yeah, I think it's fine. Fifth of a second. All right, so multi-block buildings, textures, animation, particles, and JSON. Multi-block recipe, components to build a multi-block, which is just laying out like which components on each layer. And this can all be done with JSON as well. I don't know how the base game does it. I have yet to find the damn objects, whatever they are, that define the multi-blocks for some of the base game stuff. Namely, like the steel, the steel crafting big smeltery thing that you build. Forgot what it's called. But that's a big multi-block in the game. I have no idea where those blocks are defined. Right? I don't know where they're defined. And how they're defined. And how we can use that system, and if it's even possible to use that system. I would much rather have a JSON that defines one layer, next layer, next layer, next layer, and every layer is, a certain thing. But the first item in the array, is that the north block? Is that the east block? Is that the west block? I don't really know. Okay. Once all of this is done, so these are not the recipes themselves. This is just the objects and the loader to load the recipes. Down here is recipe, machine recipe, JSON balance. Okay. Basically, again, balance, the last thing you do. Recipes are part of that. So, second to last thing to do. You build all the recipes with whatever values, get close to what it is. And then balance is really only something that you can hone in from extensive testing. Or having, once the machine recipes are done, I'll go through several iterations of basically thinking about progression and thinking about balance and coming up with the values that I think are right. And it's at that point you can put it out to a wider audience and say, I need feedback on the balance. Up to this point, the only people who are going to be able to download the mod are going to be patrons. Patrons are going to get basically weekly update builds or more frequent builds depending on how much gets done. But at the very least, weekly update builds to either test, feedback. So patrons are going to have the priority. And they're going to be able to get access to this stuff early. In addition to that, anybody who is contributing to the project is going to be able to download updates. So I need to get some stuff. I need to get up to this done before I ever have an initial version. Because if all of this is done, I'd love to upload it to Patreon and say, hey, here's the very start. It's bare bones. It doesn't do anything other than make plates. Maybe it just makes plates. You need some iron plates? There's some iron plates. So, yeah, I think one of the things we can do, this machine here, I think we can move up to there. because the machine itself, the block entity, if it does not have a network ID, right? I can detect whether or not it has a network ID. If it does not, it just looks at the faces around it to see if there is another electrical block, right? This is the block, this is the entity. If it's an electrical block, then I check to see if it has an electrical block entity, and I see if I can deliver power to it. Simple. Granted, it'll be updated more often because it won't be part of the electrical network subsystem. That'll be a separate system. So the generator will try to push power 4 times faster than it normally would. But that's fine. It's a test. Or if you need something to push power fast, you could just set it next to another block. It doesn't matter. Okay. I think this is a good first step. You know, once I get some of this stuff done, again, this is going to be the tough part. This is going to be the really tough part. It's going to be, I'm not looking forward to it. Networking? Well, different kind of networking. We're talking like electrical network. So I'm separating. Before, when I was trying to do my subsystems here, I was trying to put too much into the basket. I was trying to integrate the blocks, right? The block entities. I was trying to integrate them in with the electrical network as a whole, and that was a wrong idea. The electrical network has to be a separate system, and that separate system is important because it's gonna update slower, and it's basically just a transmission. All it's doing is saying, where do I need power? Where do I have power? Let's move where I have it to where I need it, and it just does that, 5 times a second, and it tries to be efficient. I don't know if we ever thought about, did we ever come up with a solution to bridge the networks? The electrical network, I think, how do we communicate between two networks? How does one network supply power to the other one? Like a transformer. So, the transformer itself, I don't know. Airwolf is still going strong. Yeah. I don't know how. I was watching him for a while in his latest run, but I just stopped. I just lost interest. When he plays these giant mod packs and he has to craft like super high level stuff, he never finishes those mod packs ever. He crafts one of something, and that's it. He'll craft one ATM star. Whereas you need many, many, many ATM stars to actually finish the pack. He'll craft one, completely lose interest, because all of this crafting that he's doing to make one basically it would take hours and hours just to make a second. So he's not building his world up to be able to craft these with any speed. And so there's no way he's going to finish. The last big mod pack, he didn't finish. He was in the middle of the process of finishing it, and he just completely moved. He didn't even say anything. He just moved on. And he just started something new. And I was just like, what the hell? Like, he just went off to something new. And I was like, okay, well, obviously this is a thing. And then he got so far in the Direwolf pack, and then he moved on to this one. And it's like, okay, the guy doesn't finish the packs because he plays them the same every time. He doesn't mix it up. He plays them the same every time. And because of that, he gets bored. And I understand that. I'd be bored too if I played the same game the same way over and over for like 12 years. I'd get bored too. I got bored of Fortress Craft, which is why I didn't play it for so many years. And we played it again, and I was reminded why I didn't like it. I mean, I sort of hate the game. I love-hate the game, but just reminded me all the bugs and all the inconsistencies and all the BS that you have to go through when you play that game. So I'm sure that he has things that he just gets annoyed by, which is, another reason why he uses Laser IO for everything, because it's super easy to automate things with Laser IO. It's the very reason he built it. Laser IO solves 90% of the problems that you have when you try to automate something. So yeah, I'm really hoping that this mod inspires a mod like Applied Energistics. And we get automation. We get auto crafting. We get a lot of things that can be auto crafted. All the machines are going to have inventory inputs and outputs. They're all going to have all that structure. It's all built into the game. We just need to use it the right way. Just fine. I believe Direwolf Plans fades the same way because he found the no. He found I wouldn't call it the perfect strategy. I would call it his way of doing things. Because he does it every time. It is absolutely 100% not the perfect way. The way he does the machines against the wall, the way he tries to bury and hide all of his wires, only to then have to go back and dig and try to figure out where everything is and how everything's routed. When you could just do it like I do. If you've watched any of my Minecraft streams, I do things vastly different, and I can build enormous systems. Enormous. When I build smelters, I have like 16 top level mechanism smelters. I don't have one smelter that I then, when I autocraft something, have to sit and wait for 5 minutes for the smelters to get done. I autocraft 100,000 iron and it's done in a minute and a half. Like I don't look at Direwolf's way of doing of the perfect way. He does some of the things that he automates is pretty clever. The way that he kind of merges 5 different mods and tries to automate things. It's I've been pretty interested to see how he solves some of those problems. But his builds, the 9x9s, the bases, they're all identical, and he runs into constant problems with his builds that he's fighting against. Running out of room in his basement. Well, then he goes to a sub basement, and then he runs out of room there, so he creates a teleporter to another room. Then he's got to worry about is this area chunk loaded? And then he's got to it's just like, I don't know. I get frustrated when I watch him sometimes because it's like, that is absolutely not the way I would do it. Because it doesn't matter how big of a basement he makes, he only builds along the edges. And because of that, he runs out of space really fast because he only builds along the outside edges. Whereas me, when I build a big basement. 3x3 chunks. 9 chunks. That's my basement. And then I fill the basement with machines. I don't use the edges. I stay away from the edges because those aren't chunk loaded. For him, it's just, this is the way he's built. This is the way he's built, and he's not going to change. And he has said as much. You know, he even started to finally use the Mega Torch to prevent mob spawns from around his base, but he still builds his base identically to what he did 10 years ago. It's annoying. But anyway, when it comes to this mod, let's get back to this mod. This is going to be really hard. So I am looking at just this machine here. I'm looking at a month. Just for this. This, because I've already solved this machine, probably 2 weeks. Let's be generous with my abilities. So a month for this, 2 weeks for this. This is basically a day or two. This, let's say a week. Right? So all of this, it's safe to say 2 months. 2 months. To get all of this at least functional in the game. Haha. This, I'm going to say another 2 months. I'm going to say another 2 months for all of this. I could do it in less time. I've got a lot of the legwork done already, especially if I use a lot of the signal hanging wires infrastructure, because all that rendering stuff, I don't know how to do. I have no idea how to do, and I would absolutely give credit to whatever his name is, Von Ziepel or whatever it is. And just be like, many, many thanks for the code, because I would be lost without it. But it would be generic. And it would be integrated, hopefully, into the base game. But this is a separate mod. Basically. It's a separate DLL file. Just like the Vintage Story API.dll or Vintage Story Survival mod or whatever it is, VS Survival.dll. Those are different DLLs that you have to link into your project. That's what this would be. It would have to be an outside library to link in, because I would want to then merge that library in with the Vintage Story source. I would basically do a pull request on the Vintage Story source with this framework. Once it's tight, once it's done, once it's really done well, that's what this would be. Because I would want other mods to then be able to use it. My mod uses it in this way. Another mod might use it in another way. Another mod might ignore the voltage altogether. It doesn't really matter. Because it doesn't really matter. You could set everything to EV, right? You could set everything to EV. We could even set one electrical power tier. We could set one ignored. Right? If we're going to do it generic, we're going to have one that's ignored. Doesn't matter what it is. Power in, power out, whatever. Ignore the fluff. So you could create your own power system. I don't know why you would, but you could create your own power system to use all of this that just, does their own thing. Whatever. But I really want to make sure the hanging wires, the wires mod, is usable for many other purposes. For signals, for power, for communication, and for, I don't know, tying people up or something. I don't know. Whatever. But I definitely want to try to make that generic enough that other mods can use it. Okay, so again, this here is 2 months. This I'm gonna give myself a month for this. This is just a day or two, maybe 3. This 2 weeks at least, or something like this. I'll ignore laser IO for now. Projector. Ooh, projector. I have no idea. At this point, I'm hoping the mod has enough visibility where I actually get people starting to help. And if somebody's like, "Hey, I think I might be able to handle that projector," I'd be like, "Go for it." Recipe objects. This is just a week or two. All of this. Again, it's just a bunch of text. This is a week or two. This machine recipe JSON. I mean, you're looking at a lot of recipes. So for that, I would look at least a week. But if it's crowdfunded. If it's crowd sourced, if a lot of people are interested in adding recipes to ship with the base mod, then that might happen a lot faster. But you got to look at metal plates, metal rods, screws, all the metal stuff, all the wood stuff, all of the refining and oil and all of that kind of stuff. And then the balance is the last thing, and that would just be ongoing. The other thing I forgot about in here is petroleum. I forgot about the petroleum. Believe it or not, the nuclear stuff is pretty easy because they're size limited. They're not dynamically built multi-blocks. They're actual a certain size. It's just like every other machine, literally like every other machine. And again, the radiation system it would just cripple the server because you would have to spawn it in a chunk. So then you need access to the chunk data. You need to save it with the chunk. Then you need to propagate it to the neighboring chunks. And how many neighboring chunks are there in a chunk? 26. So one chunk has 26 neighbors. 26. And each one of those has 26 more chunks. So propagation is a 26 exponential curve. Right? It's like something to the 26th power. I mean, it is crazy, that curve, because every one of those first 26 chunks has 26 chunks, and every one of those 26 chunks has 26 chunks. And if you want to propagate that radiation out, it's unlike Minecraft, where a chunk is a horizontal slice. In Vintage Story, a chunk is a self-contained cube. And so you have neighboring chunks that you need to distribute that to. So it's not a 2-dimensional distribution, which is a lot easier. It's a 3-dimensional distribution, which doesn't just make it twice as hard. It cubes it. It makes it way harder and way more processor intensive. And so rather than having a meltdown that spills radioactivity, you basically destroy the reactor, you swap the reactor block, you do not get any of the components back, which is a waste, which potentially could waste hundreds of steel and other resources. It's not going to be a cheap block to build. You waste all those resources, and then the block is permanent. You cannot dig it up. You know, it's not like you can go to Chernobyl and just dig that up and, you know, move it somewhere. There's a reason they domed it over with concrete. It's like, no, we're not going to move this. It's permanent. It's going to be there for about 100,000 years. So this is the punishment. And I think that's enough. That's enough stick. That's enough stick to entice people to make sure they keep it cooled. Right? Because you need to keep it with water, and then you need cooling towers, and you need heat exchangers, and you know, if you go for the sodium reactor, that won't melt down. So the block entity of the reactor will detect whether it's cooled by water or sodium. It doesn't matter which, one or the other. It'll heat the sodium, and the send out the sodium is heat. So that means I can come up here and go sodium, and we're going to have the variation is going to be superheated, depleted. So let's try to do steam, high pressure, low pressure, depleted. So the steam system is sort of taken from Captain of Industry. That's how they do it. The reactor system is a simplistic system. It's sort of at least this system mirrors more. This here actually mirrors more of my reactor mod in FortressCraft. The only difference is this would be able to power generators. It's a lot of fluid. Remember, the pipes mod, the pipes part of the mod is going to be what's delivering the steam. Because I'm not gonna play the game of, well, you need high pressure pipes, you need low pressure pipes. It's like, no. This mod is so complex already. Imagine a new user coming into play who doesn't have any experience in Minecraft. They have no experience in Factorio, right? That's the lowest common denominator. You need the mod to be at least intuitive enough and not complex enough to not alienate those people and really engage them and challenge them and get them pulled in. And say, yes, this might be a complex system, but it's worth it. If they've made it this far in the mod, I am fairly confident that they can deal with all of the stuff in here. This is not an early game thing that you're going to be able to build. But the meltdown part of it, I would more than happy include somebody's option if they want to do a pull request. Once the code and the block entity and all of that stuff is done, and it's on GitHub, somebody wants to do a pull request and add a far more complex or more punishing meltdown scenario. The caveat to that, any pull request making things more complex it will have a flag, a mod config flag, and it will be disabled by default. If you want a more complex process, you're going to have to go in and enable that before you play. Or not before, but you can enable it at any time. You can enable and disable it at any time. But it will be disabled by default. The void miner, blah, blah, blah. That's pretty straightforward. So this stage, where is it? Here. Okay, this stage kind of goes back up here, and it says, okay, I've already axed conveyor belts. So this is going to be pipes. Pipes. So this is going to be a system network based pipe system for items and fluids. Okay. Really simple system. Network based. Very simple. I don't know what to do about this. This is the one part that I kind of skipped over. This is the functionality that I'm not sure about. I don't know how this works. I can create a pump jack that has a block entity that pulls oil out of thin air. That's easy to do, right? But having the surveyor and having a separate layer below bedrock that sort of spawns, I don't know anything about how to do that. So I think this setup will essentially be like pie in the sky. Wow. Stretch goals. Think of like Kickstarter. I'm not putting this on Kickstarter, but think Kickstarter. Stretch goals. Oil surveyor. Oil surveyor. Because right now, what I can do, you build the derrick. Derrick drills. You feed it pipes. You feed it concrete, just like immersive petroleum. It was great. I actually enjoyed that, even though building the derrick was kind of tedious. And I wish there was a sort of a single click way of doing that. But overall, like the fact that you drill, the fact all of that stuff, and you have to get power, all of that. I'm just, I know I'll release this mod, and then somebody will come out with a Flux Networks mod. Anyway, so you can have it drill down to bedrock, and once it's drilled, I could just set, okay, well, no matter where you drill, maybe when you drill, I don't know, some random number. I don't know. The surveyor, oil surveyor, / generation of under bedrock fluid deposits. So what I can do is simplify it for the initial push, because there will already be crude oil. I already have a crude oil mod, so crude oil, you can already add that mod, and there's already limits to where that crude oil spawns, and that can be where the pump jack comes in. Okay, build the derrick over the deposit. The pump jack goes down. Now the deposit, at this point, I don't know. I'm going to need some help with the algorithm to pump that out efficiently, because if you go down and you look at those deposits, they are gnarly. They are not nice bubbles. They are really realistic, like up and down, and they're all over the place. So the pump jack is going to have to go down there, or the derrick will go down there, the pipes will go down, and then the pump jack placed on top of the pipes will be able to pump the oil out. Well, yeah, the pump jack will be sitting on top of the pipes will go all the way down, and then programmatically in that block entity, I'm going to need to find a way to map or to find the oil to drill or to pump efficiently that doesn't crush the frame rate, the update rate. Because essentially what you're turning into is a pathfinder. So the derrick will drill down until it finds until the next block is a crude oil block, and then it'll stop. The pump jack, when it's placed, will traverse that vertical or that vertical pipe. It'll see that crude oil, but it won't pump that crude oil. It'll have to go out and find a block to pump, and whatever range we set that at. Now, how do you do that? How do you do that efficiently over and over and over again? Pump over and over and over and over again without having to recalculate that distance every time. I don't know. If somebody out there has an idea or can track down a pump, the best one would be like the Buildcraft pump. The old Buildcraft pump, because the Buildcraft mod, they had the spouts, and I remember this very vividly. They had the spouts, right? And the Buildcraft pump, you'd put the pump at the top of the spout, and it would pump down, that it would hit the pool that was on the ground, and it would pull the oil from around the pool in a radius, right? Once that was done, then it would go down and down and down, and then it would hit the big bubble in the bottom, and then it would start pulling that. So I don't know if there is a hard-coded circle, right? So at every layer, let's say there's a circle around that block. Around that block, there's a circle. And then the pump is just looking around that circle, and it's just going around and around and around and around, and then going to the next block down. For me, I would start at I would go down and find the lowest oil block, and I would pump it up. But even that, you would miss a lot of oil, a lot. And I want to try to make it efficient so you pump as much as possible. So rather than a circle, I would be more willing to do a square. But remember, when you increase the size even one square in a volume, you are increasing the amount of blocks by an exponential amount. So, let's say the radius was 16. So 16 blocks out in either direction. That's 33 blocks by 33 blocks by 33 blocks. Okay. Now, radius doesn't really apply vertically because in this case, it would be radius times 2 plus 1 down. So that would be a volume, 32 or 33 by 33 by 33. So 33 times 33 times 33, that is 36,000 blocks to try to find oil in that volume, right? So let's say you increase it by 1, the radius, by 1. So instead of a 16 radius, you have a 17 radius. So a 17 would be 17, 17, which is 34. That's 35. So that's 35 times 35 times, 35 times 35 times 35. That's roughly 43,000 blocks. So increasing it just by 1. So you can imagine then, if you're like, well, I want the radius to be like 128. No, I don't think so. I need someone to come up with an incredibly efficient algorithm to find and pump oil from below ground at a set given radius. That is the ideal. Either that, or we pump it from the start, and we take that block, and then we take the next block, and we just build out from that, and just assume that there's more oil, and we just save the last block that was pumped, so we go on to the next block, with some algorithm that just spirals outward, and that way the radius doesn't really matter, because we're spiraling it outward. We're ignoring any rock that we're finding. So anything that's not crude oil, we're just ignoring. And from my experience with the Mark II excavator, when you ignore blocks and you're just skipping over them, you can do that pretty fast. Um, the for me the trouble is like how do you ensure you get all the oil in a volume? And if somebody can come up with a really good algorithm for that, I would be most grateful because I would plug that in and not have to worry about it. So stretch goals, oil surveyor generation of under bedrock fluid. Then we could just, we could have other fluid types. I don't know why there's really not any other fluid types in the game. It's not like we have XP or essence or anything like that in this game. But yeah, for now, I think the crude oil process, SQL Server, yeah, it's SQLite, I think, is the backbone. SQLite, I think it's called. I can't remember exactly what it is, but so here are the fluids that we'd have to create: light oil, heavy oil, lubricant, refined fuel, creosote oil, steam, three different variants of steam, 2 different variants of sodium, and again, this would be a good, keeping it simple like this would allow other people to go in and look to see how we did it, and then increase the complexity with their own mod and be like, well, I'm going to add 10 more different fluids, and I'm going to override the distillation tower of crude oil, and instead of making, two things, we're going to make it have all of this, and we're going to add all these daisy chain. So I want to encourage people who want to make it more complicated to do so with secondary mods. If that is the case, I would create a SQL statement that would grab that. There is already something in the game that does it. It is a function called walk blocks, and walk blocks is a very, very fast function. But because it's fast, it doesn't mean it's infinite, right? If you use the World Eater mod in vein mining mode, I don't go block to block and detect all of the blocks, right? When you break a block in vein mining mode, I don't take that block and go, all right, is this the vein? Is this? And I don't spider it out, because that would be, you could have, especially with like the quartz deposit, that would be hundreds of blocks. That would be hundreds of little walks, or jumps in a game tree. That would take forever to process. No, what I do is when you break a block for vein mining, I grab a chunk around that block. That's the center of it is here, but I grab a chunk around that block, and then I just do a walk block. And any block that matches the block that you broke, those get scooped up. That's how the vein mining works with the World Eater. Because it's just a volume based dig, and when you mine a vein of ore, it just grabs the ore that matches the ore that you broke, the block that you broke. Pretty simple system. But you don't want to do that with enormous volumes, right? I think the radius I have for mine, I think is a 16 radius, but it's only like 3 or 4 high, right? Because you don't have veins that are super stretched out vertically. Veins are usually horizontal. And so, yeah, I have a large horizontal distance, but the vertical distance is actually fairly small. But if you have a pump and you say, oh, I want this pump, I want a 32 radius, right? That's 65 blocks wide on either side, plus how deep? How deep do you want to go with that? That is an enormous amount of blocks. Imagine how much memory that is. That's megabytes of memory that you then have to process in a way that makes sense to pump. You can't do it like, oh, this is the first, You can't do like, oh, this is the very first crude oil that I come across, because the very next time you try to pump with that, you have to when you save and load the game, you're not saving that huge block of chunks, or a block of blocks that you're iterating through. You don't want to save all of that. So the next time you load the game, it has to recreate that and start over with the walk, because the walk is an enumerated object, and you can't just start in the middle. You just do a for each, and as you go, it's like, hey, here's a crude oil, and so yeah, it's just, you don't want to use walk blocks extreme, because there is a limit on a server of how many walk block calls that you can run in the enumerator per tick. It's limited. So the algorithm would have to basically map crude oil by block position, limited to a radius around the start block. And you would want to map the oil in that radius, and only the oil. And then with that volume, with that basically list of coordinates, you could then take the furthest ones away and start taking it. That's one way. That's, one way to do it. That would be fine. But yeah, the oil that's underground, the veins are not clean. There's ore in the way. There's other rock types that intrude. I mean, it looks like you would imagine an oil deposit underground, like an oil reservoir underground to look. It really does. It turned out really well. And now with the game even has a different layer for liquids now. Right? So you can have a rock and an oil block in the same spot, in the same position. So you could even simulate like oil shales or oil sands, where it's all like sand or sandstone, and then you could have or shale, and then in that block space is also oil, which is crazy. You can do that. My mod doesn't. My mod just replaces the blocks. Okay, so from here, the oil surveyor, that is a very low priority. Very low priority. Projector, this is rough. So anyway, yeah. That is the breakdown. And, I didn't mark like the tasks, like this task when I said 2 months. This task alone was a month. Then once that's done, this task is 2 weeks. This task is probably a few days. This task is at least a few days to a week. This task, again, probably 2 months. This test generator wired to test machine, which uses this, was probably a few days to try to iron out all the kinks and weird stuff that happens there. This, I would give I buffed that at least a month to figure out all of this. This, again, a couple days. This, probably 2 weeks. This, probably a week. This, and again, from here to here, or at least from here to here, you can do a lot of outside help, because it's just text files. It's just JSON files. Copy and paste. Especially when you come up to machine recipe. Very, very straightforward. I would highly recommend you get familiar. If anybody wants to help, familiarize yourself with the recipe system, because it's going to look very, very close to that, if not identical. So anyway, yeah, this is building block components. If I have the 3D models, if I have to build all these damn 3D models myself, this is going to be a long process. But I'm hoping to be able to reach out once the mod is at this spot with a couple of my own multi-blocks for a video that's like, hey, I need some help. Here's a video and here's where I'm at. I'm hoping I get a bunch of people saying, man, I want to help. Let's help. And get some models. So I know there's a lot of skilled modelers and texture artists out there who just want to contribute. Let's contribute. And then machine recipes, again, that's part of balance. Some of them are going to be straightforward. 1 ingot, 1 plate, 1 ingot, 2 rods, or 3 rods, or whatever. Extruder, rod to wire, or rod to whatever. Just different things. This is the fun part. This is the funnest right here. This is the funnest part of the process. Actually making the mod do stuff. Well, we got to make it work first. And then the stretch goals after that's all done, then it's like, how do we do it? So up till then, if the derrick drills all the way down to mantle and it doesn't find anything, then it'll just pick a random number. And if the random number hits, then it'll pick a random deposit, right? For that chunk. A random deposit for that location. That's basically what I would do. And you could even scale it off of the environment, because deserts have low rainfall. So those are all variables that you can access. So if you're in a chunk and you drill that, and you're in a really low rainfall, low average rainfall, low total, high temperature, you're in like a desert at that point, and you can say, hey, if you're in a desert, the odds are 25% that you strike oil instead of maybe 5%. So it incentivizes people to go to a desert and set up some infrastructure and pump some freaking oil. You could pump it all the way back to your base. Our pipe system doesn't matter. It has an input and it has an output. Doesn't matter what's in between. And maybe it incentivizes other people to be like, hey, let's add train systems and add tanker cars. And I don't know. I'm hoping to enrich the game enough to get people to be like, oh my God, look at this. This is awesome. I want to do XYZ and supplement the mod that way. Because an AE system would be my next. An AE mod or something like it would be my absolute next stop. Once you have the machines, once you have all of the production, the next logical step is auto crafting and auto inserting and auto extracting and storage and all of the things and the stuff that entails. That would be my next thing. But 1 year at a time. This is a year project, 1 year at a time. Maybe after this is done and released, maybe we go on to the next project and we just keep it going. Or if Vintage Story is kind of dying and God forbid Hightail is out, maybe we take this entire concept and port it over to Hightail. I mean, who knows? Once the work is done, it's just a matter of porting the code and using the new API, depending on what they do. So anyway, yeah, that is going to do it for this stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by, both during the stream and afterwards, and giving me a watch. I know this is not the most engaging content, but all of this prep work had to be done in order to get this stuff working, in order to get my mind. Because in my mind, I get locked. If I start thinking about a concept, I get stuck in a loop, and I'm constantly thinking about that loop. And it's only when I actually put it down somewhere that I actually physically write it down and be like, all right, here's this concept I was thinking about. that breaks that loop in my head. And then my mind goes on to the next thing. And so I've had these loops in my head about this mod for the last several months. I'm just like, I just got to get it out of my head. And I got to get it out here, and I got to get it organized, and I got to figure out how to get this to work. You know, it is what it is, but for me, getting all of this stuff in here, this is a big step. This is a huge step, and this gives everybody an idea of what I'm looking for. And so, starting probably next week, we will start the process. I really want to start the process on stream. And you know, the test generator, this is a really simple system. So next week we're going to create the project, probably create the 3D model, and hopefully get some progress done on the actual creation of the test generator in the game. Remember, it's just going to be a single block, very simple, single inventory, very simple. You know, I'm hoping. Remember, I gave myself a month for this. The majority of this work can be done in an afternoon. Why I gave myself a month is this. That's why I gave myself a month. Literally, no idea how to get this working. If this happens fast, if this progress happens fast, and I'm able to move on to this, then holy cow, we just saved, instead of a month, we just did it in a week or two. That's glorious. But anyway, please consider supporting both me and this project by going up to my Patreon at patreon.com/flexiblegames and supporting this project as much as you can, or as little as you can. I don't know. But I am going to be updating in the next couple of days before I start this project. I am going to be upgrading my Patreon page itself to reflect this project. So rather than my Patreon page reflecting, hey, I'm just making Let's Play videos, which nobody watches anymore, I'm gonna hype this project up, and I'm gonna say this is the main point of the channel, as well as any paid. I mean, if you're a patron at a certain tier and you want help with a mod, I am more than willing to help for a certain number of hours. I'm willing to do that, but I'm not going to do that for free. I apologize. I have a skill set. I have an expertise. I need to find a way to monetize that. And if that turns people off, then, go into work tomorrow and not do anything and see how that goes. You work at a job because you are capable of doing something, and that's what you're compensated for. I expect the same, even though it's a little bit harder. So yeah, my Patreon in the next couple of days is gonna change to reflect that. I might change up the things, the goals, not the goals, but the reward tiers. So the bare bones reward tier won't really have much by way of rewards. It'll just be like, hey, thanks for like the $1 a month or $2 a month, which doesn't really do anything for me. The higher tiers, they're going to want to be ones to get access to the early builds. They're going to be ones to get access to the data early on. And it's going to be a process. It's going to be an absolute process, because the vast majority of the stuff won't go. The repository won't be public until we're down into this level. So the GitHub project, it will be private for the majority of this project. And only when a lot of these problems are solved do we get into, I need some help with multi-blocks and with recipes and stuff like that. And that's where other people can come in, and shapes, all that kind of stuff. Other people will be able to come in, textures. So that's when this goes public. So don't think that you're going to be able to, in a week, go up on GitHub and get all the source code, because it's going to be private. only people who are patrons will be able to download early builds and stuff like that. So anyway, I thank everybody for coming by. I want to wish everybody a good weekend. We are going to be streaming this week, and Saturday we're going to be streaming hopefully more of Smallland. I know there's not a lot of content with that game right now. I'm looking forward to seeing it expand, having a lot of fun with it. Just challenging enough and just entertaining enough to keep me engaged, and it's a beautiful game so far. And pretty rock solid. I mean, we had a few crashes last Saturday, but it's doing pretty good, and I think I'm looking forward to progressing in it. Seeing, exploring more of the yard. So hopefully people come around and see patrons and me try to play that game. And fun times. So I'll see everybody on Saturday.